Good morning.
Where's my Bowser?
Good morning. It's like church. Good morning. Thank you. We were in church yesterday, so happy to be here, be in the land of the living. So two of the legislators that should be speaking first are not here, so we're going to start the public hearing. And Senator Wong, good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Moore, and congratulations to the new chair, Representative Felipe, and the ranking leaders, Senator Sampson and Representative Scott. I am State Senator Tony Huang, representing the towns of Fairfield, Easton, Newtown, Sandy Hook, and portions of Bethel. I want to begin by complimenting and applauding the great work of the Housing Committee in addressing access and affordability. Having been a former member for many years, I know the very hard work that this committee has and the challenges it has. And so for me, I am just here today to testify on HB 5333, an act concerning a study of affordable housing appeals. I have submitted written testimony, but I will just ad-lib and offer some of the salient commentaries related to the submitted testimony. I think the first point is I want to make clear that in Connecticut, we have a housing crisis. I know there are challenges one way or the other in interpretation, but we do have an incredible challenge in the state of Connecticut as it relates to access, affordability, and equity. I think it's important to recognize we have these challenges not only in our urban centers, our suburban communities, but also our rural community. And when I talk about affordable, it really is important because for me, it's deeply personal as well. Being a first-generation immigrant with hardworking parents and made sacrifices, I spent my formative years in government-assisted housing. I understand how important it is to have the foundation and safety of a home or a residence and a safe roof over my head so that I can pursue my academics and in essence, the American dream. So for me, housing is essential. And as it relates to this bill, this is talking about a study of affordable housing appeals processes. It could have been very easily titled talking about 830G. Connecticut General Statute Section 8-30G is a unique statute that is nearly 40 years old, and it talks about affordability and impact on local zoning authorities. And the goal is noble. And being a student of housing, I understand that it was a blue ribbon panel that initiated this, and it was very well intentioned to address the questions of access, affordability, and equity. But I must say that nearly 40 years later, it has not met its goal. We can all agree, as well-intentioned and as expansive of an impact 830G has had in all of our communities, it has not met its goal because we have a housing crisis to this day. So I think the opportunity and the leadership of this committee to open up a study, and it really is a sacred cow in this building, Section 830G for many people, pro and against. But I think, and I applaud the leadership of this committee to open up a study related to this affordable housing statute. And I think for me, the focus needs to be understood. We're looking to find solutions. If things aren't as they appear to desire in our legislative intent, and it has not met its goals, I think we all have a responsibility as legislators to make changes, to supplement and study what has worked and what has not. And that's what this bill is all about. And for me, there are a couple of issues related to that. I think the first one is, it was 7 years ago as the tri-chair, myself with Senator Schlossberg and Representative Butler, we facilitated a discussion to try to make some changes. And in our success, we were one of the only bill in 2017 that overrode Governor Malloy's 8 years of vetoes. It was the only bill that overrode Governor Malloy's veto. And a collaborative effort from Senator Winfield to put in a sunset provision that if those formula changes, the small minor changes we made to 830G didn't work, it would sunset back. Well, it didn't make a dent. And here we are back to its original form. This study is important for us to reopen that exploration, to really find solutions. And another area of critical solution that I asked this committee to focus in on is knowing that we have needs, knowing how we have access questions, but we also need to understand that density building doesn't fit in every community. One of the proposals that I would love for the committee and its study initiatives to focus on is taking a look at watershed communities, communities that provide drinking water, quality and safe drinking water for our surrounding communities, be considered for some appeal processes for 830G exemption. It's important when you understand, and I represent one such community in Easton, Connecticut. Easton is over 70% watershed area, and it provides water to the surrounding areas of Bridgeport, Trumbull, all the way down to Lower Fairfield County, and as far north as Reading and Bethel. So the idea of watershed communities, to be able to protect them from density building, sewage capacity, septic capacity, is an important consideration in regards to quality of water, but also environmental impact. I give you an example that was testimony in the past by Francis Pickering, the executive director of WestCog. And he did an analysis and presentation, and I can get that to this committee, that talked about Westchester area in New York that has one of the most aggressive density building initiatives in the country. They themselves value watershed protection in northern Westchester because they understand that with increased density, you have additional runoff, you have capacity of potential contamination from pesticides and pollutants. The reality ultimately is we need to find solutions, but we need to find solutions that does not have lasting and devastating environmental impact and public safety impact. In fact, the only exception that is allowed as an exception in 830G is the issue of public safety. And it's been used in regards to parking. But I will venture to guess, if we don't protect and exempt our watershed areas, the public safety consideration of tainted water would impact all of us and not just that specific community. And I think the third area that I think is open for an appeal process is ultimately understanding 830G bases its premise and driver on private development. That has been one of the struggles when you look at Lower Fairfield County, where land value is disproportionately higher than anywhere else in the state of Connecticut. And when you put pressure on land pricing, the basis of building out increased density makes economic sense. So for me, when we look at 830G and trying to address and solve the critical need for housing, we need to look at collaborative relationships with local, state, and federal governments, not allow development, private developers, well-intentioned interests, but they have a capitalist economic interest in building up density, utilizing 830G that creates so much anger and animosity in regards to personal property rights, zoning area kind of violations, and in the plethora of local input that you'll hear later on today. So again, I'm going to summarize that 830G, well-intentioned, is looking to address a very critical issue of housing affordability, access, and equity. No doubt, I couldn't agree with a more noble mission and important mission, but nevertheless, it's shown itself to not work toward that goal. And if you repeat the same thing over and over and over again and expect a different result, well, there's not a very good word for that. The second point is in regards to the appeal process and the allowance for exemption is to allow for watershed areas that provide safe drinking water and water retention and safety and purity to be exempt from increased density bills as impacted by the A30G. And the third, ultimately, to look at a different model. We have a terrific housing commissioner that has demonstrated an experience in being able to build successful, quality, affordable, and accessible housing, but doing it with the collaboration that I just articulated of state, local, and federal. And we can even point to a town that I used to represent, Westport, that with the collaboration of the Department of Transportation was able to procure state transportation land to build out 40 plus units that has been received and warmly received by the surrounding community and embraced it. And it's fully funded by state, federal, and local input. So there are models in which we can create housing solutions. And more than anything else, we have a crisis that we need to address. So I'm eager to take any questions from this esteemed body. But for me, I thank the Legislative Committee in Housing to consider the appeal process for A30G. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you for that perspective and helping us educate us on how we got here and moving forward. Any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you, Senator, for being here. Thank you for your contributions to the Housing Committee over the years and the very thoughtful and in-depth testimony that you were managed to pull off in just a couple of minutes. You were answering my questions as you were speaking. I'm a little disappointed that we ended up with this as a framework for a bill. I think very pleased that the chairs were willing to bring us up a topic and a title that we could actually work with to hear testimony like yours and other concerns about 830G and the appeals process. But I am a little disappointed that some of the individual proposed bills went away at the same time. And I'm concerned that at the end of the day that we end up with a product that includes those items. You already mentioned the wetlands issue, and I think that's a big factor. I've got lots of constituent emails and people contacting me on that subject. So certainly I'll be advocating to make sure that's in whatever final language we come up with. Are there any other topics that you that are at the forefront that you think we definitely should include if we do an 830G bill? Through you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson, and I have enjoyed watching the late hours of the Housing Committee, and I commend you for your passion and advocacy. In saying that, the watershed area is critical, but housing affordability and access, it's not partisan, and I mean that sincerely, because when your constituents, no matter where they are, can't find housing, and they have to move out of their community that they have been an integral part of and love, and move out of the state even so to be able to afford. It is not a partisan issue. We need to find solutions. The watershed area is going to put additional pressure on surrounding communities. And one of the ways I think we can undertake that is to look at where state and federal supplements can address those concerns. I think, and I want to repeat again, it is not a partisan issue. It may be framed that way from some of the passionate advocates that are pro and against it, but it's important. In the case of Easton, we have a board of selectmen, 3 individuals, 2 Democrats, and 1 Republican that submitted testimony to share that they share in that vision of getting access and affordable housing, but to undermine the watershed protection that is critical to that community's character and community. And I know character is not a good word, but it is a fact in regards to how it functions. To answer your question about an additional consideration, one of the bills that we've considered in planning and development, and I know Representative Zullo has done a tremendous job in past years in housing. One of them was using CHAFA funds to be able to assist income-based first-time home buyers to acquire homes, to own. And that, under the current A30G statute, would count toward the formula of affordable housing. Chaffa loans qualify under A30G statute to allow an individual to have home ownership as part of affordability, access, and equity, but at the same time, qualify under A30G. It is a bill that I think is a win-win because the statute allows Chaffa qualified candidates to get financing to buy a home instead of additional renting. And I think that's the other critical element that we're talking about that gets lost in A30G. We're talking about renting. We're talking about short-term solutions. One of the American dreams that I have always aspired to, that my parents shared and drilled into me, is homeownership is critical to setting down your roots, making the investments. We've moved away from that. Perhaps for us as a legislative body, through this Chaffa first-time buyer bill, we can initiate addressing affordability and accessibility, but at the same time, support families, support individuals, support aspiring immigrants in this country who want to produce and contribute to this country, to set that, their roots and buy a home and contribute to it and be a part of an integral community and have their roots set down. So that's another example. I think the third example really is to incorporate. Now, this may be an interesting fact. Not all housing authorities are created equal, but we need to have housing authorities that are effective, but with the buy-in of the surrounding community, that bring to it the ability to create collaborative agreements between state, local, and federal. The challenge in one of the bills that we're talking about in expanding housing authority area coverage, there's a real consideration. Is there a connectedness? Is there a natural symmetry in regards to a shared common affinity and interest? So I think there's so many things we can do, but one of the parts, and Senator Sampson, I know you lament the fact that we didn't get more in, but nevertheless, I want to compliment the leadership of this committee to at least afford a conversation moving forward. And I know there are many affordable housing proponents that hate this idea of even opening the door to a conversation. But again, not doing anything doesn't solve the crisis that we have.
Thank you, Senator. So just following up on those three items, and thank you. I'm in agreement that those are three key items that definitely need to be included in the conversation. The subject of the Chaffa loan home purchase for a first-time buyer falling under A30G, I think it would qualify now, except for the fact that in order to qualify, it has to be considered affordable housing deed restricted. Is that the only thing that would prevent a current Chaffa first-time home buyer from falling into the category already?
Senator Sampson, I would defer to the attorneys and the representatives of Chaffa, but for my conversations with Representative Zulu, who's been a true champion of this, and also Representative Paletta, who has worked very closely in that area, I do not believe it needs to be de-restricted, that under the A30G language, a qualifying first-time buyer based upon income level that is able to make that purchase would qualify under the A30G. I do not believe that the property in the home needs to be de-restricted. And I would defer to the proponents of this bill, Representative Paletta and Representative Zullo, who have been true champions of this and educated me on this.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. I completely agree. That's the way it ought to be. I just think that that is the one impediment that currently exists that we'd have to overcome. But I'll certainly do some more research on that. Talking about housing authorities, I'm not opposed to the idea of expanding housing authorities outside their own jurisdiction, but the bill that we've got in this committee goes so far as to say that the other jurisdictions don't even have to be willing participants. And it goes even one step farther than that, which is that it says that it can be any community anywhere across the state. So, I mean, you could have the New Haven Housing Authority, looking to do development in Union, Connecticut, or someplace, far, far away. Not that would necessarily happen, but it opens the door to that kind of activity. And it makes me wonder when I see that housing authorities actually have so much disposable income that they can get into that kind of development. I just was curious if you would speak to that, because what you said makes sense to me, that we want to enable housing authorities to do their work the best way they can. But that, for me, is quite the rub with the proposed bill that we have. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Senator Sampson, as I mentioned, I'm very familiar with this committee's good work and its legislative debates through time. And I probably should wonder myself how I wanted to wade into the housing authority question. But it is important, because if we're truly looking to find solutions, housing authority could be part of that solution. But there should be considerations, as I raised, and let me clarify that. I have a housing authority leader in Carol Martin that represents Fairfield, a town that I represent. I used to represent Westport. The town of Westport did not have a housing authority. They hired and enlisted Carol and invited her to be part of it. And there are surrounding communities that welcome the expertise, the experience of a talented and hardworking and vision-driven, mission-driven individual by the name Carol Martin to help them meet their goals. Because one of the bills in the A30G revision that we put into place, that is still in place, is that we have requested and required that each town complete a 5-year analysis of their affordable housing stock and plan. And I know there are some communities that still have not finished that plan, and I would encourage them to do so, because the rationale when we articulated that goal was, if you don't have a plan in place, you don't understand what your needs and land challenges and density challenges in your community without a plan, then you don't have any intention to get to a goal. So for me, it was plain and simple. I know it might have been considered a mandate, but this is proactive planning and development business plan. I think it's incredible to me that there are municipalities and towns that have not met those goals. And I applaud the towns that did do so, because having that plan, they articulate the vision of addressing housing affordability and access. But to answer your question, the bill as I read it right now in regards to housing authority, there is no contiguous, there is no restrictions in regards to housing authority executives not having commercial interests, not having building interest. Again, if we're looking to utilize our housing authorities, then these housing authority executive directors must have a higher threshold in regards to ethics, in regards to their conflict of interest considerations, because if not, the ability to use the housing authority's weight and leverage, as well as possible financing, and to go across the state outside a different community using this statute is penal in my mind, and it's inconsistent with respecting the local and unique perspectives of those communities. Again, housing authorities, when done in a collaborative, in a cohesive and synergistic way, is powerful. And when you have visionary and mission-driven type of executive directors in those housing authorities, you can do really great things, as we've noticed with Carol Martin and Westport and the example that we brought up with the collaboration. But there is the potential suspicion that there may be conflict of interest abide. And when we expand without any kind of rationale in regards, as you brought up as an example, there may be one authority in an urban community that goes all the way to Union. Or as Representative Dubisky has reminded us, Scotland is a town in the state of Connecticut. that doesn't seem consistent with what we're looking at to build momentum, to have the best practices, the best potential for success in addressing a common challenge that we have, which is housing crisis in need, access, and affordability. I hope I answered the question.
Yes, sir. No, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony today, Senator, and we will certainly stay in contact and rely on your expertise going forward. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Anyone else? Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee. And I want to commend Representative Scott, who I share working Easton with, who has been also a tremendous champion and advocate in understanding the unique challenges that Easton has versus the other towns that we may represent. He's been a true champion in that advocacy, and I wanted to publicly accommodate and acknowledge his efforts. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the committee.
Thank you, sir. In my zealous to hear from Senator Wong, I negated asking my chairs in my ranking, if they wanted to say anything. I saw you and I just got all excited to hear what you were going to say, and I lost my protocol. Would you like to say anything?
I'm all
Senator?
set, Madam Chair.
We're half an hour in. Let's get going.
All right. I apologize to both of you all. It was not intentional. Blame it on my head and not my heart. Next up is Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Chairs Moore and Felipe, and Ranking Members Sampson and Scott, and my distinguished colleagues on the Housing Committee. I'm excited today to testify in favor of House Bill 5333. I think it's long overdue after over 30 years that we re-examine and eventually change State Statute 830G. I always like to start with things that I think most of us can agree on. First and foremost, I think we all agree that a government that governs closest to the people governs best. When you put local communities, towns, and cities and their officials in the lead, they can make decisions best for their community than a state government or certainly a federal government can. Second, I think we all agree that we need to create a housing market and a policy regime in this state that makes affordability and access to housing possible and even more likely than it is currently. Under those two standards, I think 830G is currently failing our state. First of all, it creates this adversarial relationship between communities and the state government, and a very unhappy relationship at that. Anytime when a developer can build an 100-unit complex in a single-family zone neighborhood, as is currently being proposed under 830G in my district alone, I don't think it's fair to the residents of that district, and I don't think it's a sustainable paradigm where we can have buy-in from local communities across the state. At the same time, over the last 30 years that 830G has been in place, we've actually seen poverty increase in the state. So we're not, with the laws currently on the books, we're not able to generate the upward mobility and reductions in poverty that we all want to see in the state. I think there are better alternatives by which we can put our local communities in the driver's seat, increase local control, and actually reduce housing costs and increase availability across the state. Over the last couple of years, I've introduced bipartisan pieces of legislation with Representative Ali Brennan that would try to accomplish those goals, reform 830G, increase local input, and reduce the cost of housing. 5 of those proposals include rewarding towns for allowing more naturally occurring affordable housing rather than only government housing or deed restricted housing under the current law. Second is to create a maximum height on any building development under 830G, which is similar to what Massachusetts does in its state law. Third is to make 830G based on the total number of affordable units rather than a percentage of all the existing housing stock. One of the ways that I think 830G fails to actually increase the overall housing stock or housing availability in our communities is because it creates this kind of contradiction for localities that they're actually penalized when they allow workforce housing or middle income or lower middle income housing to be built, because in order to satisfy 830G, you need to reach a 10% threshold. And if you allow lower middle income housing to be built or middle income housing to be built that your community supports, it actually increases your denominator. And even though we would all agree that that probably makes our housing markets better, it actually creates a disincentive for towns because they get farther away from their 10% threshold under 830G. I think we should make it easier for towns to receive moratoriums under 830G. There's been towns that have been denied moratoriums under 830G, even though they're adding dozens and dozens or hundreds of affordable units in a short period of time. And finally, we should allow more 830G housing points for senior housing, for transit-oriented housing, for new residential housing in mixed-use commercial office zoned areas, and new accessory dwelling apartments as well. These are just some of the bipartisan ideas that would give towns more flexibility. I think as you step back, now these are my preferences, but as you step back, I think eventually down the line, what we'd really like to see and what might actually be possible is a sort of a grand bargain, a bipartisan bargain in the state on housing, where we roll back some of the mandates on our towns that are unfair to our towns and create an adversarial relationship, but also open up state policy to more middle housing and workforce housing, things like accessory dwelling units, things like residential housing units in mixed use, in commercially zoned areas. That's, I think, a paradigm that's working elsewhere in the country. Whereas 830G is a very heavy-handed, all or nothing, one size fits all type approach, and other proposals that are in a similar vein perhaps could create an even unhappier situation in the state. So I'm always open to a conversation. I think that when we work together across the aisle, when we put localities in charge, we get the best results. So I hope that this bill passes this year as just a first step to finally reforming 830G, putting our communities in the lead and actually reducing the cost of housing for our residents. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sampson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Thank you for the enlightening testimony. I took notes. And between you and Senator Wong, I've got a nice list of things that I think should absolutely be included in our final proposal. And I could ask you a lot more detail on any one of these items. But before I do that, is there any one that you would like to cover a little bit more thoroughly that you did just kind of gave us a brief description?
I really do want to emphasize, and one of the things I'd like to commend our colleagues, the majority leaders. I think their task force in the off season has been productive. It's served as a venue for a constructive conversation between legislators. I know some of the members of this committee are on it and have been privy to those conversations in public. But I do want to emphasize, I don't think 830G is been productive in helping us increase our workforce housing and middle housing stock because of that percentage kind of situation where if you allow as a town, if you allow middle income housing or lower middle income housing to even affordable housing that's lower than 60% of the median income, if it's not deed restricted or not government housing, you actually get penalized under 830G. So I think we're in a weird situation where we have this very adversarial state statute that is making communities very unhappy because it's sort of reducing their input on decision making, but it's actually not meeting its goal of increasing the overall availability of housing either. So I want to continue to socialize that premise that was a topic of conversation on the majority leaders task force in the off season.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and it makes perfect sense. Obviously, it's a shame that the way the statute is currently written, it is preventing the very thing that it aims to actually attempt to require. And this goes hand in hand with the first point that you made, which was about rewarding towns for naturally occurring. It's basically the same concept. Have you put any thought into the notion of maybe how we treat naturally occurring existing what would be affordable housing if it was government housing or deed restricted versus new construction type middle income or workforce housing like you just described. Is that maybe a compromise that is on the table? Because I don't know that we're going to get some of the folks that are adamant about the current status of 830G to agree to accommodate the naturally occurring as it is, but maybe going forward, just throwing that out there for your reaction.
Yeah, the way I designed the proposal under allowing naturally occurring affordable housing. So affordable housing that's actually affordable in terms of the rents, but it's neither deed restricted nor government supported housing. The way I think that towns could be given the option, they don't even have to be forced, but they can be given the option to count that towards their 830G accounting, would be to require them to find some sort of proof, whether it's an affidavit or a lease, that it is indeed affordable. And second, also give those towns the ability to provide a tax abatement to those property owners who are providing affordable housing in order to reward them for doing so, and also for coming forward and providing proof that they're doing so. So allow the towns to both verify and incentivize more of that naturally occurring affordable housing. Under 830G, what you really see is kind of these all or nothing scenarios where developers come in with these gigantic proposals in order to create economies of scale. When really, I think the towns, if we design our policy right, you would see a lot more discrete affordable housing pop up here and there that actually would be easy to construct, easy to be made available to the general public, whether it's an accessory dwelling unit or other type apartments here and there across town, rather than, again, 100 units in a single family neighborhood, which is permitted and which is currently being advanced in my district.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the things that is quite clear that, developers, obviously, they want to maximize their investment, and they can actually use the 830G statute as leverage to force communities into doing things they wouldn't otherwise do. And that's something we've got to get at. So you're absolutely correct about that. The final thing I want to ask you about, Senator, is the moratorium issue. You mentioned that there are communities that really should be eligible, but they're not being granted their moratoriums. Just if you might speak to that, how we could revise the statute to maybe make it a little easier for some of those communities. Through you, Madam Chairman.
Basically, I would allow the towns to bank their affordable units that they previously built but did not count towards a moratorium. That probably is permitted under statute. The housing department probably has discretion, but there is examples currently of towns who I think should be permitted to have a moratorium that aren't getting it because, say, they need 50 affordable units for a moratorium under 830G, and they built 54 units. And then they got a moratorium, and then they built another 46 units, and they needed another 50 for a second moratorium. Well, those four extra that weren't needed for the first moratorium weren't eligible to be included in the second. And the reason I think it's a good idea is not because you necessarily need to give all these towns moratoriums, but you need to create a system of incentives for the towns to create affordable housing. If you create this highly complex, unfriendly, unpredictable system, then towns actually are just going to kind of fold their arms and not actually put an effort forward, or are less likely to put an effort forward to create the affordable housing, because it is costly. I mean, it does, it does fall on property taxpayers in order to do some of this public housing. So I think there's just a logical way to create more incentive and reward towns who are trying to put their best foot forward, and reforming the moratorium process would go a long way to accomplishing that.
Thank you very much, Senator. I appreciate your comments very much today. I will have a lot more questions, but I will certainly be speaking with you offline, and we'll make sure to include you in the discussions going forward. And I know that the P&D committee is also looking at this issue as well. So between us, I hope we get to a finish line that has some productive results this year. And thank you so much for being
Thank you,
here.
Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Anyone else? Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next is Tom O'Day, Representative O'Day.
Good afternoon, or good morning still, almost afternoon.
Sir.
Sorry, I'm remote and not there in person. Chairs Felipe, Senator Moore, ranking members Scott and Sampson, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Tom O'Day. I'm the state rep for New Canaan, Darien, and Stamford. And I too am testifying on with regard to House Bill 5333. And if I may, Senator Sampson, your questions were spot on, and I can give you some specific examples. In New Canaan, we were one of the first communities to get a moratorium. We had established a building permit fee back when the bill was first passed. We were the first the first municipality to actually do so. And so we had started saving money to build affordable housing in New Canaan. To give you an idea, we've spent $45 million building 100 units. And there were some old World War II housing units that were dilapidated. And so we essentially knocked them down and rebuilt. And as Senator Ryan Fazio stated, it was New Canaan actually that had overdeveloped more than what they needed for their first moratorium. And the housing department, even though I believe the statute is clear, the housing department said that no, your extra housing units won't count towards your second moratorium. And that's just wrong. And in fact, under similar circumstances, Brookfield got a moratorium and New Canaan has not. So we think and I think the statute's clear. Unfortunately, that situation is currently in litigation. I think the town of New Canaan is going to win that litigation. But all we have to do is take a look at 830G L3. And it states eligible units completed after a moratorium has begun may be counted toward establishing eligibility for a subsequent moratorium. We believe it's clear that the intent of that legislation is that if you build more than you need for the moratorium, it should count towards a future moratorium. We want to encourage municipalities to build more affordable housing. And that statute, to be specifically clear, could simply be amended to say eligible units completed after a moratorium or in excess of the current moratorium may be counted toward establishing eligibility for a subsequent moratorium. But in any event, the 830G is the number 1, 2, and 3 issue in New Canaan and Darien because it can have such a dramatic adverse impact on surrounding property owners. And so what has historically happened in Darien and New Canaan in particular, and I believe in Fairfield and Westport, but maybe not to the degree, builders have proposed affordable housing and then negotiated it away so that at the end, there is no affordable housing. So they'll come in and they'll say, I build a 20-unit complex and a third will be affordable. And then they'll negotiate it down to 10 units and 0 are affordable because affordable units they don't make money on. So the predatory nature of what's going on in New Canaan, Darien, and much of Fairfield County has resulted in 0 affordable housing being built in New Canaan since the 1990s. And that affordable housing, Avalon, is rolling off of our rolls because the time is expiring. So looking at House Bill 337, requiring builders who propose affordable housing to put in a $100,000 surety bond to mandate that they do it is one possible solution to this. Another is, I want affordable housing built, but I want it built, I believe it should be built with local control and local incentives. New Canaan, you're looking at $1 million an acre. So the town has invested, we've got almost 300 units now. We invested a lot of money, both millions of dollars of town money, millions of dollars with a nonprofit, and millions of dollars in land cost. And so if a builder comes in and puts in an 830G proposal, one of the bills that I had suggested would allow a town to essentially pay market rate for that property and put in a similar number of affordable units anywhere else in town within 8 years. I've gotten some bipartisan support for that concept. I took Q Williams, God bless him, God rest his soul. He spent 4 hours with me driving around New Canaan. Majority Leader Jason Rojas, he spent a couple hours with me driving around New Canaan. And Governor, I drove with the governor around New Canaan, showing him where some proposals were and where they didn't really belong. And New Canaan Parish, I'm going to send around to the chairs and ranking. New Canaan Parish is the perfect, I believe, one of the ideal solutions to our affordable housing problem in New Canaan. It's a beautiful complex, and we should incentivize towns to build those. It's 100% owned by the town, and it's 100% affordable. So without spending too much time, Senator Fazio and I have been working on this together. Everything he said, I agree with. I think there's a lot of ways we can do this. But punishing a town for building too much affordable and not allowing that to count towards a moratorium is just wrong. And
Representative O'Day,
yes,
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
yeah, I'm done. I happy to answer any questions. I appreciate the opportunity, and any of the chairs of housing want to come around New Canaan, I'm buying coffee or lunch, and I want to show you how we are making an effort to house our increase our housing affordable housing roles.
Nothing over $9.99.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions? Senator,
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for your comments today. I know that you've been a strong advocate for revising the 830G statute. Obviously, I think that's required based on the the constituency that you have and where you represent people from the state of Connecticut. And I really appreciate you, adding some light on the whole moratorium issue and explaining kind of what the circumstances are on the ground. I've got a pretty good understanding. My girlfriend lives in Wilton, and I see the press in the area, and I kind of know the issue pretty well also. But it's good to get that in front of the people watching this this hearing today. Just wanted to ask you if outside of that that one issue, which is a key issue, is there another one of the items that maybe we talked about earlier with my two Senate colleagues that stands out to you as something that really ought to be a key ingredient if we do revise the statute? Through you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator. And you've been asking great questions. The surety bond issue, or allowing so that if a builder comes in and uses the affordable 830G statute as a threat and then doesn't put in any affordable housing, that hasn't worked. So it doesn't work in New Canaan, and it hasn't worked since the 1990s. So having a $100,000 surety bond to ensure that if they offer or proposing affordable housing, that they actually get built. I like it. I actually like my proposal that didn't get a hearing, where you allow the municipality to purchase that property from the builder. And if the affordable housing is not built within 8 years that was proposed somewhere in town, then there's a penalty provision. Call it 10% of the purchase price, and half of that goes to the builder and half of that goes to the estate's affordable housing fund to be utilized for affordable housing. That would incentivize towns with quite a good penalty, so that they would build affordable housing, so it actually gets done, as opposed to what's going on now, where literally zero affordable housing has been built in New Canaan since the 1990s, because it's just so expensive, and the builders use it as a threat, and they simply build non-affordable housing at a lower level.
Understood. Thank you very much, Representative. I know that my colleague, Representative Scott, has some questions too, but Thank you for being here. And again, like the other folks that have spoken, I will certainly include you in the conversation, and be sure to feed us whatever you like so that we can work together on this and hopefully come up with an excellent product at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Truly appreciate your questioning on these issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Day, I appreciate the testimony. I did want to just dive a little bit, and I'm only going to ask this one question for you, but I really want to dive a little bit more into the moratorium issue. Obviously, there's a lawsuit pending. Let's take that out of the equation. But we have heard this from other municipalities that the moratorium issues is not just a New Canaan thing. What language, what proposals can be considered that would allow the moratorium to be either clearer, fairer, or a more of an incentive for these, municipalities, especially the ones down in Fairfield County, to then go ahead and move forward with that and qualify for that moratorium. The whole point of that moratorium is for you to qualify, right? That's the incentives to qualify so that the 830G penalty, a lawsuit is not eligible. What is there a proposal? Is there language that you've considered, you're thinking about specifically that could help with that moratorium issue?
Yes, thank you very much, Representative Scott, for that question. As I tried to point out, in 830G L3, it's just one line or two lines, one sentence. And I already believe that this is covered. So I don't think it's necessary, but to make it more clear to the housing department, where it says eligible units completed after moratorium has begun or in excess of the number of units necessary for the moratorium may be counted towards establishing eligibility for a subsequent moratorium. So simply putting in that extra language in that section 830G L3 would make it clear of the legislative intent, which I already think was clear and which already was granted to Brookfield. So there's nobody that would make the argument that we don't want to incentivize municipalities from building more affordable housing. So we want, when you build a development, you don't say, oh, wait, we can't build those last 4 units, even though it makes sense. Let's leave them empty. Let's not finish them. And let's finish them in 4 years when we're up for another moratorium. Nobody would argue for that. That doesn't make any sense. So let's give municipalities credit for finishing those last 4 units so they count towards the moratorium.
Great. Thank you so much for that language. I think that's something we can maybe consider here just to clarify that intent and make sure it's clarified to Department of Housing and how that's supposed to work and what the intent of that is. And if there's a word or two or a phrase that we need to add to that, I think it's fairly clear, but the fact that we're going to a lawsuit, I think maybe it isn't as clear as it should be. So maybe we can do that as part of this either study or part of anything we're doing 830G. So I appreciate that advice, that suggestion. And I thank you for the time to come and talk to us today.
Well, thank you very much. And Senator Moore, I'm going to church. I got a 12:10 mass that I'm going to myself. So I'll pray for all of us.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Questions? Kevin? Thank you so much. Next
you.
is Mayor Justin Elicker.
Good afternoon. We need all the prayer we can get nowadays. Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Justin Elicker. I'm the mayor of the city of New Haven, and excited to be here expressing my support for SB 6 and a firm statewide commitment to build more affordable housing units across the state. Just to give you a little background, if you haven't been following what's been going on in our city in New Haven, we're growing and we're growing fast. We have approximately 139,000 residents today, and we're on a path to reach 150,000 residents in the next 10 years. And we have a strong quality of life, a cutting edge innovation and innovation economy here, and a strong sense of inclusion. Our residents, as are many across the state, are faced with very high cost of housing right now, and it's leading us to build a lot more units. We're really leaning into this challenge that the state has in our housing crisis and lack of affordable housing. Since 2020, when I took office, approximately 1,900 units have been built. and around 900 of those units of renovated and new are affordable. And looking forward, we have around 3,500 in the pipeline. 40% of those are affordable. So we're building on parking lots near transit hubs and opening up the waterfront in an effort to do our part to help the state confront this crisis. We can't do it alone. The higher costs of redeveloping urban land, coupled with higher interest rates and construction costs, are making it more and more difficult to build affordable housing. And what I like about SB 6 is it's transformative in many ways. It deploys a new housing growth fund that will help close the gap to allow our developers to build more affordable. It'll actually incentivize the production of more housing. And I think that word incentive is very important, especially considering the comments that were made by Representatives O'Day and Senator Fazio about the challenges that a lot of, I think politically, that we've had to get some meaningful legislation across the line on affordable housing in these last few years. SB 6 focuses on incentives, fixing the 3% tax rate for personal property purchase that's affiliated with large affordable developments, pathway for local housing authorities to collaborate and expand some of the work that they do to provide resources. So I encourage the committee to support SB 6 as a very practical and transformative way to help our state grow. And in particular, help cities like New Haven that are really leaning into this housing challenge. We want to build affordable, but we need more funding and incentives to help us do so. Thanks so much for the opportunity. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to congratulate you on the work that you're doing in the way of housing. I saw the latest development that you're working on. It's very innovative. So congratulations. I think we have a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor Elicker, thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate the conversation, especially someone from a major city in the town or in the state to be able to help give us a little perspective from a different view. The one question I have specifically is we've heard a lot of testimony over the Housing Committee about when we have these affordable housing units, that the conditions of some of the ones are not maybe up to par. And a lot of the residents tend to have issues in terms of being afraid to be retaliation against if they do report some of these issues. Someone who comes from a large city, I just want to get your perspective on understanding of how that process should work for those residents, the residents that are living in a lot of times deplorable conditions, and they can't get their landlords to make those changes. What, from your perspective, is not properly being done, either in the process, or is it there's a drop off within the municipality that's causing that follow up? But if people are complaining and something's not getting done, what can we do as a state if the municipality can't get through to fix those problems? What should we be doing as a state to kind of help assist in those situations? Because I do hear it too many times in some of these larger cities.
This is a great question, and one that I think we are struggling with, along with a lot of the other large municipalities. And there's a lot of things being done and a lot of things that I think still need to be done. You know, specifically to New Haven, we're expanding the number of inspectors that we have. And we're seeing, because we have so many more residential units compared to 20 years ago when we created a specific department that was focused on housing code inspection, there's a lot of pressure to inspect so many more units. And frankly, because there is so much pressure on the housing market right now, it's an opportunity for landlords to take more advantage of their tenants because, as you said, tenants sometimes are afraid to report things. So I think that just the fact that we all need to work more to bring more units online is really important. You all supported last year a legislation that you approved that gives us an additional tool to hold landlords accountable. There's multiple things you did, expanding the requirements for fair rent commissions across the state. And in addition, allowing municipalities to fine up to $2,000 for significant violations for landlords. And so we've gone through a local legislative body to approve that change as well, that allows us to hold landlords more accountable. So I think it's a combination of putting a lot of more housing units online so that there's frankly, a vacancy rate that's a little bit higher. So landlords are feeling more responsible to fill those units by keeping them and keep their tenants by keeping them clean. And then also the work that the state legislature did to give us more tools to hold landlords more accountable.
Representative Paglia.
That was close in pronouncing my name. That's okay. Only been on the committee like 6 years.
And I've only
Thank
known
you,
for
Madam
7
Chair.
years.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here. And I do applaud the work that you're doing and trying to assist those to get access to housing. My question kind of focuses around those that are still seeking housing and perhaps might be waitlisted for a housing voucher. Do we have any statistics on that number, particularly as it relates to New Haven or the surrounding city, like maybe Bridgeport? I don't know if you have any of that data and how many outstanding vouchers there are and whether or not there's a wait list. Thank you.
I don't have the data at my fingertips, but I know that it is thousands and thousands of people. I don't have the exact number. In the greater New Haven area, there are thousands of people on the wait list to get access to vouchers, which just underscores how big of a problem this is.
Thank you. And so at some point, right, these folks are looking to get access to the vouchers. And is it fair to say that there's not enough vouchers or people are just not getting access to them?
I think it's fair to say that there's not enough housing, and in particular affordable housing in the state, which is why we're all here today.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Pauletta. Thank you, Mayor Elicker.
Thank you.
Next is First Selectman Fred Camillo. He's not on. Okay, we'll go on to Scott Olson, Selectman from Goshen. Nandini Najaharan from Housing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Nandini Natarajan. I'm the CEO, Executive Director of the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. I'm joining you remotely today because I'm actually in DC for a separate housing conference. I am writing, or actually I'm speaking today to express some concerns about raised bill number 5336, an act implementing the recommendations of the Connecticut Housing and Segregation Study. CHFA was created in 1969 by the state legislature to help alleviate the shortage of affordable housing for low and moderate income families and persons in Connecticut. We're a quasi-public entity. We issue federally tax-exempt mortgage revenue bonds to finance affordable mortgages for low and moderate income first-time home buyers. And we fund the construction, renovation, and extended affordability of rental apartments. In accordance with the Internal Revenue Code, IRS regs, and action by the governor, CHFA has been designated as the Housing Credit Agency. We're specifically authorized to allocate and carry out the low-income housing tax credit, which is commonly referred to as LIHTC, on behalf of the state. Since the inception of LIHTC in 1986, it has proved to be an invaluable resource for the production of affordable housing throughout the state. Following an extensive process that includes a task force of CHFA board members, affordable housing stakeholders, and the general public, CHFA adopts a qualified allocation plan, or QAP, which governs how CHFA administers and allocates LIHTCs to assist in the development of proposed affordable housing projects. While CHFA supports the efforts to address the assessment of the Connecticut Housing and Segregation Study as to racial and economic segregation in the state and the role of state and federal housing programs, we do have some concerns and do not support the enactment of Section 3 of Raised Bill number 5336 for the following reasons. First, state legislation would effectively mandate that the qualified allocation plan for LIHTCs include provisions governing project location. That may conflict with certain federal statutory requirements mandated by the code. For example, the code requires that the QAP give preference to projects which are located in federally designated qualified census tracts, as well as allow the general public an opportunity to express their views through comments on each proposed QAP. The robust process undertaken by CHFA allows for full public and industry participation, and the resulting QAP document acknowledges and includes all federal requirements. Second, changing one component of the QAP competitive scoring system without the benefit of the deliberative adoption process could have unintended consequences inconsistent with overall state policy. Such unintended consequences might include the reduction in the number of housing units which can be
Your
financed.
time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Sure. I guess in summary, I would welcome an opportunity to discuss with the committee how to achieve the goals of the segregation study, the housing and segregation study, without the need for legislation. We feel that it's important for CHFA to continue to undertake the deliberative QAP adoption process, which includes public input and a robust process for making sure that we complete and undertake a full and complete analysis of any changes to the QAP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We need to have that conversation. So we will look forward to setting up something to talk to you about that section. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions? Thank you. James Kenyon.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Philippe, Senator Sampson, and Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. I'm Jim Kenyon. I'm the Senior Counsel at CHFA. I want to be respectful of the committee's time, and since you already heard from Nandini Natarajan, I don't have anything further to add, but would be available for any questions you might pose.
I see no other questions. Thank you for being considerate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Becker.
The affordability situation, but what we really need to address is the gross wage inequity, which is driving all of this. But I hear all of this discussion about affordability. We keep trying to fix the wrong problem, but that's not something we can address here. The second thing I'll address is the fact that we keep talking about building all this development, but I hear zero talk about the need to move the train line, I-95, and all of the sewage treatment plants out of the floodplain as the seas rise and will overwhelm everything that's along the coast. Unfortunately, that's a reality I hear no discussion about, and that is what we really should be dealing with, but it is a huge, many billion-dollar problem that I don't know how we're ever going to address since we only deal with short-term situations. So as a citizen for 25 years in the town of Easton. I'll address the issues there. We're more than 80% watershed. We service virtually the entire coast from Bridgeport to Greenwich. We send 5 billion gallons of water every year to Greenwich. The water has an immense value. There is no resource that is more important except air than clean water. If you don't have clean water, your health is diminished. If you don't have clean water, if you don't have potable water, you cannot transfer title to a piece of property. What's most important about Easton is that there is no place to build affordable housing. We're either going to destroy the watershed by building all this housing, which would cause us to build more housing and then more housing in order to meet the endless need of the affordable housing law 8-30G, where if we build 2,000 housing units to try to approach the need for Easton to meet the goal, we'll have doubled the town size, we'll have more than doubled the town's tax bill, and the affordability thing goes completely out the window. It does not work. We do not have a sewage treatment plant in Easton, nor can we build a sewage treatment plant in Easton or Trumbull because there is no place to discharge to. If you can't build a sewage treatment plant, there is no way you can build all of this dense housing in a place that's all watershed. And if anybody has any questions, please, I'll be happy to give people a tour to show you why it doesn't work there. Any development only begets more development. And we can see in the simple things like the wind or something went wrong with the recycling pickup the other day and my yard was littered with trash. The trash that comes from humans, the only species that creates trash, spreads like cancer. We can see also from my research that we're already finding PFOAs in the water supply of aquarium, and this is a huge problem. So adding more development just keeps adding more problems to your water supply. None of it reduces the problem. And so doing all of this makes absolutely no sense. So the cost to build a sewage treatment plant, if you could build it somewhere, would be in excess of $100 million. That's $40,000
Your time has
per
expired. Can you
family.
please summarize?
So I ask people to really consider what we're doing and where, address the region's total sewage carrying capacity, and develop based on what we can put there and no more, but put it someplace where it doesn't impact everyone's water supply, because if you ruin that, you have nothing. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Becker, don't leave. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I've heard from many people from Easton regarding the watershed. Actually, I had a coffee hour and they came down to Bridgeport to share their information. So I hear you. I also want to tell you there are other conversations going on in environment and planning and development regarding the subject. So if you don't hear it here, it doesn't mean that it's not taking place. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Catherine Whitney.
Morning. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Catherine Whitney, and I'm a program manager at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness and a resident of Willimantic. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today and provide general comment on SB 6, an act concerning housing, and HB 5332, an act establishing the Interagency Council on Homelessness. We fully support SB 6 and are grateful for the inclusion of $18.6 million for the Department of Housing for Housing and Homeless Services, as well as $1.4 million for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for housing support. These funds are crucial for addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis of homelessness. However, we urge that the language in SB 6 be amended to ensure that the $20 million allocation becomes an annualized, reliable source of funding for the homeless response system. Annualized funding is essential for providing equitable and stable resources for staff and operations, thereby strengthening and stabilizing the homeless response system. We also support HB 5332, which will codify the Interagency Council on Homelessness to improve coordination and maximize funding for state agencies responding to homelessness. We ask that the bill be amended to follow national best practices, ensuring participation in the decision-making process from people who are currently or formerly unhoused, service providers, continuums of care, faith-based organizations, community partners, and advocates alongside cabinet level state agency leadership in housing, healthcare, human services, and labor. I hope that the language can be amended to include commitment to implementation of explicitly anti-racist policies and culturally specific services, as well as a plan to coordinate with member agencies to provide shelter in severe weather, especially hypothermia shelters. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. With your support, we can strengthen and stabilize our state's homeless response system and help make sure Connecticut's residents are healthy and stably housed.
Thank you, Catherine. I just want to say this is one of the issues that I think we're all united on and support. We'll consider what you've said today, but thank
That's
you.
wonderful to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dana Benson. Hi, Mr. Benson.
Can you hear me?
I can. How are you?
Okay. Hi. I want to thank the committee very much for doing the only logical thing when you get so many different proposals about how to amend a law is to study it. I really think that was a really wise choice, and I salute Chairman Moore and all members of the committee. And Chairman Moore, it's very nice to see you again. It was about 6 months ago we briefly met, and thank you very much for doing this. I submitted bullet points of 21 points in my written testimony. I am involved with a group called Save Our Town, Save Our Schools, a local grassroots activist group. And I had over 150 people respond, please put my name to the group letter that we're submitting. So, I just want to say there are a lot of people who are just too busy to actually write individual testimony. So there's a lot that in my written testimony. I just want to make a couple of quick points in this part of it. We genuinely do agree that affordable housing is needed and it's a good idea. And what we're talking about is how to make it work a little better with a few adjustments. We support House Bill 5333 to study the effects. We want the state to get what it wants, more units. And we want the people living in these units to get what they need, which is access to community centers and public transport and services. And we need the rural towns, and I'm from Easton, which is a rural watershed town. We need to get what we need, which is the flexibility to create affordable units within the reality of the infrastructure, septic soil grades, and what our land can support. And I know Senator Moore, you understand that. I want to make a point about Desegregate Connecticut. They claim that all zoning is discriminatory. And while it may be true in some areas of the United States that local zoning was used to exclude groups, ethnic groups, the truth is in Connecticut rural towns like Easton, the zoning is low density and was created to be low density because these towns rely upon septic systems and wells for their water. And many of them, particularly Easton, is a reservoir town. And our low density housing was designed to protect the water, of which Bridgeport gets 90%. It was not designed to exclude anybody. And I think it's really unfair the way Desegregate characterizes zoning. 90% of Bridgeport's water comes from Easton, as you know. Farmland, real quick. Governor Lamont says his priorities to promote farming in Connecticut. Easton is also a farm town. I would ask the study to examine the effect of the push to create affordable housing and the way we're doing it on active farmlands, on farm soil, et cetera. Drinking water protection, it's already been covered. I would like to suggest adaptive reuse funding from the state would be important. The Commissioner of Housing, when he does his study, should consider adaptive reuse of commercial buildings, public buildings like schools to create affordable units. Compliance formula reform. When they do the study, they should consider formulas for calculating 830G compliance as affordable units, as Ryan Fazio mentioned, are added to the stock each year. Under the current system, the number of new units needed to stay at 10% increases. Rural towns are constrained in terms of what are they supposed to do? There's only so much land where you can put high density housing. I think that you should consider, the study should consider.
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Okay, real quick. I think we need to beef up deep regulatory funding. I think we need to look at stormwater runoff, Long Island Sound, sewerage, and most importantly, I think the composition of the group that will be doing the study should not only include Democrats and Republican legislators, it should include independent experts such as Steve Trinkus of Trinkus Engineering, who is an expert, 30 years experience in these issues, land use issues, and it should also include citizens. And so I think that, anyway, thank you again for giving us this hearing. We support affordable housing. We really do. It's just in our rural towns, it's more difficult than the cities. Please, anyway,
Thank you,
I-
Mr.
Stop
Benson.
there. There's a lot in my written testimony. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good to see you again.
Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dana, for your testimony today. I to be honest, I do represent Easton, a portion of Easton, and I know this is a topic that's very important to those folks, and we've heard a lot from those folks. What I appreciate from Dana, who's brought in a lot of information to me to kind of help understand the problem, is that we're bringing experts in. This is not just a local activist thing, which is clearly a groundswell of that. But I appreciate Dana for bringing some of these, really people who are experts in this field that is beyond my intellectual, knowledge. This is not something I'm familiar with. So understanding that is super helpful. So Dana, thank you for that. Keep providing information. We'll definitely be having conversations about this in committee, but I just want to say thank you for providing that information to us.
Thank you very much. And, this is bigger. There's so many things to talk about here, and it's such a complex issue. And, I just think that it's very important that we have a strong, bipartisan, diverse, you talk about diversity. Let's have a diverse group doing the study. I know there are limits to how big the group can be, but, anyway, I'll just leave it at that. There's so much to say on this subject, but I thank you very much for hearing the people. And I would just say this real quickly. We have a huge number of apartments in Connecticut across the state. And I think that, in a sense, 830G is an attempt to interfere with the market or manipulate the market. That's a bad word, but to direct the market towards creating housing. And I think the best way to create anything is market incentives. And I would suggest that if you
Mr.
think about a
Benson.
guy, yeah, just real quick, the state should give subsidies and tax credits to landlords who rent units at a discount to the market. I think that would be, you'd have
Dana, we
all
need to wrap up. Dana, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then, and the last point on that one is
Dana,
this.
we need to wrap up.
A sunset provision on, yeah, okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's free the market to get units that existing units, we don't have to build ones, to be rented at the affordable rate, would create more affordable.
Thank you. Next is Maria Weingarten.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, esteemed members of the Housing Committee. My name is Maria Weingarten, and I am a founder of CT 169 Strong. I'm also on the Affordable Housing Committee in New Canaan, and I am a member of the Board of Finance in New Canaan. I'm also a realtor. So a lot of these interests and concerns intersect for me, and I just wanted to share some thoughts that I have with you. I do have serious concerns about SB 6 and some thoughts on HB 5336 and 5335, but given 3 minutes and 7 bills that were originally in my concern, I figure I'll focus right now first on HB 5333, and if you want to ask questions, please do. So I support this study of the affordable housing appeals process. I just wanted to add a couple of points related to this. So 5,000 units of affordable that have been created under 830G are expiring in the next 5 years. And it grows and it escalates from there. It's 10,000 in 10 years, it's 20 in 15 years, it's another 27 in 20 years. So the concern I have, I'm sorry, can you all see me? Something just happened with my screen. Sorry. Okay. So what we need to do is come up with a way to maintain our units. I see that there was a bill in there that tried to re-up the units after 40 years to try to renegotiate them. The city of Stamford does a 99-year affordability. It might be worth studying something like that if you're considering looking at these things. Also, it was mentioned already that New Canaan has done projects that are 100% affordable. Those are forever affordable. And they also help us to reach moratoriums. In theory. So I think that that's a really good opportunity. It might be worth studying that as a method to really create affordable, because we cannot just focus on doing these set aside units. And because, especially because they expire after 40 years, we're just creating a hamster wheel and a compounded problem in the years going forward. And regarding the moratoriums, I just wanted to put out a couple of points. Only 11 towns in Connecticut have ever achieved a moratorium. Of those, 6 of them were for some reason turned down, and then took another 6 months to a year to file again. So I think, you know, it just to me maybe highlights that it would be better if there was more collaboration in the process, so that when towns are trying to file, that they can work together to make sure that they're ready to go, and that they don't have to go through this process where they're denied and then delayed and then again having to refile. And then the last point I'll make regarding using those excess units that were the holdover units, if you want to call them, those extra units that were not applied to a moratorium. When you consider the cost and how expensive it is to build affordable, and that these are costs that are being undertaken by these towns, and you have land and you know that land is scarce, you should really be building optimally on your land, because you know you want to make
Your
sure
time has expired. Can you please
you
summarize?
want to be cost effective. So the best thing to do is to build to the land, not just to a moratorium. And if you do that, you will build more units faster than in the way that it was currently interpreted that turned down New Canaan. But I do have more to say about this if anybody wants to ask me some questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Maria, for coming to testify. We did have a conversation earlier with Representative O'Day. I know he represents New Canaan. You mentioned you're on New Canaan Affordable Housing Committee. I might have wrote that down wrong. But what I'm going to ask a very similar situation to what I'm just curious about the moratorium piece of what the issues you guys are going through. Do you believe it's being part of this process? Do you think it's a process-driven issue, or do you believe that there are substantial issues within that process? Like my issue, I guess my question is it the language that's causing a problem, or is it just the actualization in the process of following that language?
Well, I think here the interpretation of the language was changed, because when we received our first moratorium, it was a congratulatory letter that said, congratulations, you've received your moratorium. You have X number of units left that you can use toward a subsequent moratorium. And then Brookfield received their moratorium, and then ours was denied. So within a couple months later, because there was a change in interpretation. So, that's just the fact pattern I have. I can't make any assumptions on why or how, but that's what that's what has occurred and what the fact patterns are. So I think, in any way, I think however you can incentivize towns, however we can work collaboratively to create more opportunity would be the best solution for all towns. And I think the more we have these opportunities to have good outcomes and for towns to get moratoriums, the more you'll have building of more affordable. And I know I've been to some housing discussions where I've met people who know people who are now living in Canaan Parish and are absolutely thrilled and are so happy with it. So it's been a very successful, very positive experience, and I hope that we can do more of that and be more collaborative. But and I do have some more to add on that, because part of the issue is funding, right? So when you look at 830G, part of the issue is that we have 4 categories for it, and certain towns, based on whatever property values are or income levels are, we don't qualify. So when you have 4 categories that are very specific, and the first category is state and federal assisted housing. So that's any of these LIHTC, these loan tax credits, these grants, anything that comes from the state or federal government. And so when some towns get those, some cities get the 9% ones that, would pay for 70% of a project, and other towns don't get them, that makes a big difference on why a town may have units or not have units. The second category is tenants, rental assistance, so vouchers. When you look at the vouchers, voucher allocations are going to mostly the largest cities in Connecticut. So when you look at Hartford, it has 8,991 vouchers. New Haven has 7,632. New Canaan has 33. So I think you have to wonder as to how vouchers are being allocated and why, and maybe there's going to be a need to look at that and consider, if land is more expensive and housing cost is higher in Fairfield County and in other parts of the state, maybe those areas need vouchers that have higher values. Maybe they need more vouchers because it's more challenging in those communities than maybe other parts of Connecticut that are more affordable. So I think we need to have a more comprehensive look at how vouchers are allocated and also the portability of these vouchers, and maybe consider making these vouchers centralized through a state housing authority so that there's one wait list, so that everybody is on that one list, and then vouchers can go to the individual from the state, and they can be portable and they can move wherever they like. That might also help a lot more voucher utilization, which according to a recent report that I mentioned in last week's hearing, only about 50% of the vouchers were getting utilized back in 2022. Category 3, going back to that, is CHAFA loans and USDA. We don't have farmland in New Canaan as recognized by USDA, and the CHAFA, there's very few number of properties and income levels that qualify for that as well. So when you look at these categories and you recognize that, the only category that certain towns can use is category 1. And if they're not getting assistance from the state or federal, it's very expensive to build and create. So I think this is why 830G has been such a bear, why it's been so hard to achieve a 10% threshold. Maybe it was never really intended to get to a threshold, because if you look at the 169 towns, only 12 have over 10% in that column 1. And the rest of them all have vouchers or any of these other categories. And again, as I said, those are all out of the hands of communities. So I can't control necessarily if the state will give us a grant to develop. And I can't control if the state will give us vouchers. So, and I can't control if a person is going to be of a certain income level that will do CHAFA.
Your answer.
So these are the challenges with how 830G currently works. And the only other thought is Ryan Fazio had mentioned
Very
about
quick, ma'am. Wrap up your answer.
I'm sorry.
Please wrap up your answer. Summarize, please.
Okay, I will. So the last thing is Massachusetts has 40B, and 40B has a height limit, which is something that Ryan Fazio had mentioned. And that I see that there were some bills here that were penalizing if a town should decide under an 830G to go to litigation. Well, there's less litigation under 40B, mainly because they require that the development be in line within what's already in the area. So that sort of sets.
Thank you. Representative Scott, any other questions? Thank you. Next, we'll have Anna Lindsay. All right. Kara Capone. Floor is yours.
Speak today. I am Kara Capone. I'm the CEO of Community Housing Advocates, subsidiaries, including Mercy Housing and Shelter, as well as my sister's place, providing housing and homeless services in both Hartford and Middlesex counties. I've already submitted written testimony, so I'm just going to summarize today. We're in full support of SB 6, and that we just ask for an amendment to the language to make sure that the funding in that $20 million specifically for homeless services is annualized. I also want to add that I really appreciate the increases we've seen over the past few years. But what I wanted to point out was that since 2007, including the increases that we received, we're still 32% behind in funding for nonprofits. That really puts us at a disadvantage. State contracts have not kept up with inflation, and would love to see someday that our state contracts are indexed with inflation the same way they are indexed with minimum wage. We're at a point where we're so far behind in funding that the minimum wage is eventually going to outpace what we get for state contracts. That is absolutely going to cripple our ability to hire people who are working with incredibly vulnerable folks with things like mental health, substance use, and other disabilities, families with children with disabilities. Those are the folks that we're seeing today. So again, just to push for the annualized funding for that. And then also we're in support of HB 5322, which codifies the Interagency Council on Homelessness. We really think this is important. Since grassroots organizations started working on homelessness issues over 40 years ago, there have been 7 different administrations in Connecticut. And so what we'd like to see is continuity and consistency from one administration to the next. And we could do so by codifying that into actual legislation. And so we want to make sure that we could focus on national best practices and make sure that we have the right people sitting at the table who can be part of the decision-making process. Now, the other thing that wasn't in my written testimony is just a general statement around affordable housing. We're never going to solve homelessness until we create more housing. As the pandemic set in, people from New York and Massachusetts realized that Connecticut is an incredible place to live. It is. I grew up here. I lived in New York and I decided to come back here several years ago, 98 as a matter of fact. And but what we need and what we have right now is a supply and demand issue. There's simply not enough supply to go around. There certainly isn't enough affordable supply to go around. And our folks, you know, as a housing organization, we see people coming in day after day looking for assistance, looking for apartments. There's not enough housing. And then I believe it was Senator Fazio who talked about poverty rates in Connecticut. So it's true that when
Your time has expired.
Thank
Can you
y'all.
please summarize?
Sure. When poverty rates were measured in 1989, when this was originally set, it's around 7%. It's around 10% now. So it hasn't dropped. That's correct. But what has happened is that affordable housing becomes more centered in urban areas. So does poverty concentration. And that's not right. And that's not fair. And as somebody who benefited from living in a great community and prospering in that community, that's something that I would love to see for the rest of the children in the state of Connecticut. I'd be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to ask a question to the last person who testified. We kind of went along the same line with the vouchers. You know, she mentioned that vouchers are only 33 vouchers in New Canaan. You know, that goes directly against the segregation study that was also on this agenda today. If we're trying to expand that out to give 95% of all the vouchers to the cities, it's very difficult then to stop that segregation from happening if that is not able to be either portable, like you mentioned, like moving to other places, or allowing to other towns, municipalities that are not the big 5 cities to be able to have that. So just interested in your thoughts on that. Is it the portability, or do you think it's giving more vouchers a share to those individual towns, or is it a combination of both that you think would be helpful in that scenario?
So one of the programs we run is called a housing mobility program, and that enables people who are considered to be living in poor census tract areas or underperforming into high census tract areas of high opportunity, low crime rates, good schools. We're able to port those vouchers out of Hartford and then into surrounding communities, and we target kids or households with kids who are 13 and under. What we're finding is that it's not the voucher issue, it's not the portability issue, it is the housing issue. I can't find landlords willing to rent at fair market rent because the rents are so high. There's an issue with delays because you can only sit on a voucher for so long before it expires and you've got to give it back. And that's not because people aren't trying to look for housing. It's simply that the housing doesn't exist within the fair market rents. And then they certainly don't include utilities, which was also something else. The other change that we have seen when it comes to vouchers is that we used to have a lot more mom and pop landlords that we could negotiate with. We've seen the corporatization of landlords, and that it's these corporate organizations that are in out of state. They're out of state owners. They've got maybe local property managers, but ultimately they throw up a lot of barriers for our folks who might come in with a Section 8 certificate. And so for us, it really is just the housing stock that's the issue, and especially if we're working with children, because we have to look for lead-free housing, which is also an issue as well.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you said, what is the time limit for a person with a voucher to find an apartment?
It's usually around 90 days, and then you can ask for an extension. So we're seeing that for folks, especially folks trying to even get out of shelter, it could take up to 6 months to find somewhere. So that's causing clogs in the system because there's just nowhere to put people once we're trying to exit shelter.
So that means that that's one of the problems that we have to work with, that time limit.
Yeah, and I think that for the housing authorities that do administer the vouchers, they're really flexible. They've been flexible, that they know that the housing market is incredibly tight. So for example, the vacancy rate in Connecticut, which is the number of available units for rent, is only 2%. So out of 100% of all the units available, only 2% are available for rent right now. So it's a supply issue.
Yeah, but also you don't think that also that one of the problems that we have here in the state is when you said affordable, I think that affordable means, or they use that word in different towns, like affordable, maybe in Hartford, maybe is what range between $25,000 and $35,000 salary. When other places, I think that affordable, it means, $50,000, $60,000. So that's there's another problem that we have.
That, and I think it's affordable to the person who needs the voucher. And so the way that it's set up is that you're only supposed to be paying about 30% of your income towards your rent. And once you start paying up to 40, 50, 60, I know people who are paying 80% of their income toward their rent. That is incredibly unaffordable. You still have other bills to pay. And it varies by region. We've heard a lot of people from Fairfield County. It is incredibly unaffordable in Fairfield County. I think in order for you to afford a 2-bedroom rent in Fairfield County, you have to work the equivalent of 3 full-time jobs at state minimum wage. So the affordability issue is a real issue.
Thank you for those answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that there are barriers that often pop up when you're trying to get the vouchers used. But didn't really expound on what are those barriers that the housing providers or landlords are. I don't remember the exact term, but you said they're putting up barriers. Can you elaborate a little more on that, please?
Sure. So some of the barriers are around security deposits, that people need to come up with a first month of rent plus 2 months worth of security deposits. So for example, if somebody's trying to move into an apartment and the rent is $1,500 a month, that's $4,500 that a family would have to front in order to afford that apartment. So that's one of the barriers that we're seeing. The other barriers are around credit checks. Some of our folks don't have the greatest credit. It's decent, it's good, they have good landlord references, but when we're dealing with corporate ownership of apartments, it's a hard and fast no. And honestly, sometimes when people or landlords see that it's a Section 8, there's suddenly some other excuse for not renting. When there's somebody else who's vying for the same apartment who doesn't have a Section 8 voucher, suddenly they're the preferred tenant. So those are the things that we're seeing when we're trying to get families resituated back into communities or just into different communities.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a matter of housekeeping, we've had a few folks who have answered questions and use it as opportunity to give the rest of their testimony. I would suggest that we do not do that unless folks were to ask for the rest of their testimony, which I hope we do with clear discretion. But there will be a 10-second timer when you are told to summarize. When that timer goes off, if you take a little bit too long, we will start to mute people just to make sure we're getting the public in a timely manner. Next, we have June Logie. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. Floor is yours.
June Logie, Eastern Connecticut, Madam Chairman, members of the Housing Committee. I am testifying in support of the raised bill HB 333, an act concerning a study of affordable housing appeals process with an added language to line 3 after the word state to include the impact upon public drinking water supply watershed and aquifer protection area. Easton is a 4-reservoir town that supplies nearly 700,000 residents in Fairfield County and Bridgeport with portable drinking water. 830G appeals process allows applicants to break zoning and build higher density housing in sensitive water public supply areas, putting our drinking water at risk. Easton has affordable housing options. We must be smart about where affordable housing is placed. Repurposing a school that has public water supply and a large working septic system makes more sense than high-density housing developments in watershed. Partnering with Habitat for Humanity to make this school affordable units instead of 10% makes much more sense. We have set aside apartments that can be used for affordable units, and we've changed zoning to allow group homes, creating options for seniors and people with disabilities. This is not about circumventing affordable housing. This study is a crucial step in investigating the placement of affordable housing and its density effects on the state's drinking water supply, well, and septic dependent homes in Easton. I'm confident technology will allow us to reverse engineer pollutants we put in the water supply when we allow high density housing in these sensitive areas. But why create a situation that makes that necessary to chemically alter our public water? Over time, what would be the adverse health effects of these chemicals? As legislators, it is your job to protect our most valued resource, water. This study is a chance for legislators to see the effects on legislation it has passed. We see ramifications of failing sewage plants dumping raw sewage into Long Island Sound and repeatedly closing our beaches, fishing, clamming for years. Pollution in the Long Island Sound should have never gotten to this point. Lesson learned, it has happened, it continues to happen, and it's a huge cost to the state. It's going to cost billions to remediate. So as far as affordable housing, why not take the free, most effective water protection route possible? Don't build high density development in the watershed sensitive areas. I truly hope that this will be a comprehensive look at water protection, placement on high density development in water sensitive areas, and the results of this study provide solution-based options for towns like us that protect the water.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Next is Aaron Boggs.
Good afternoon to the leadership and members of the Housing Committee. And thanks for this opportunity to provide testimony on a number of bills today. My name is Aaron Boggs. I'm the Executive Director of Open Communities Alliance, a member of the Steering Committee and coordinator of Growing Together Connecticut, a consortium of organizations dedicated to promoting affordable housing everywhere in the state and advocating for equitable policies and investments in under-resourced communities. Wearing my Growing Together hat, I want to voice support for several bills, and then I want to separately comment on a number of bills on behalf of OCA. In terms of Growing Together Connecticut's priorities, we are in support of sections 1 through 4 of Senate Bill number 6, the Housing Growth Fund. This is intended to reward municipalities playing a meaningful role in generating the housing needed to meet the state's affordable housing crisis with access to a $50 million municipal support fund. Now, this is just the type of state support for municipalities that are being true partners that will really send a clear message that they are appreciated and they will be rewarded for their work in allowing affordable housing to be created. Second, Growing Together would like to support House Bill 5336, sections 1 and 2 with a few changes. This part of this bill is really intended to, I think, encourage housing authorities or vouchers to be valued at a level that reflects the local market. This is a great goal. We would encourage the language, and I think it's being reworked a little bit, but the language in House Bill 146 to be incorporated into this because we think it's a little bit more thorough. Happy to answer questions about that. And then in terms of Open Communities Alliance testimony, we want to support House Bill 5334 with some changes. This is a study of mobility counseling. This is a great idea. We really encourage it. But we would suggest that this should happen a year or two out because the voucher values have been so disconnected from real rent values. It's been challenging for our mobility counseling agencies to really get as much done as they could if the program were fixed in that way. In addition, the Department of Housing is launching some new mobility counseling programs down in Fairfield County and New Haven County, and I think it would be great to be able to look at that too in this study. We want to oppose and suggest some changes to House Bill 5336, Section 3, which has to do with the low-income housing tax credit. We think the inclination here is really good. We think there are changes that can be made to this program to allow more housing choices. In 2017, OCA found
Your
that—
time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Sure. The program is very segregated and there are things we can do to change it, but it's very nuanced, and we would be happy to be working together with the committee and members of people involved in CHFA to make those changes. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Next is Johnny Shibley from Elm City Communities.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to the leadership and the members of the Housing Committee. My name is Johnny Shively, and I am the Housing Policy Manager at Elm City Communities, the public housing authority for the city of New Haven. I'm here in support of Senate Bill 6, and especially the sections which deal with the creation of a housing growth fund. In a nutshell, this bill will incentivize municipalities to produce new housing, and especially the kinds of housing our state needs most. It also respects the ability of cities and towns to make their own decisions about if and how they want to develop, while simultaneously rewarding municipalities that contribute to addressing our shared affordability crisis. Today, I want to speak to 3 concerns I've heard about this bill, and want to say that I sincerely appreciate these concerns because they raise valuable questions that we're excited to address. The first concern I've heard is that this policy is duplicative of programs already in place to create housing, such as CT's Community Challenge, the Community Investment Fund, and Brownfield's remediation programs. And although these programs share some common goals with the Housing Growth Fund, specifically the creation of affordable housing, I feel that the strategy behind our program, our policy, is unique. The Housing Growth Fund is not a grant program, which many existing programs seem to be. It is an incentive for municipalities to develop more housing, whatever that means within their local context. The Housing Growth Fund could even be complementary with these existing programs. Together, they could provide municipalities with a financial incentive to develop more housing, along with the resources needed to do so. We need multiple solutions to address our state's complicated housing crisis, and the Housing Growth Fund fills a role that is currently unaddressed in the programmatic landscape. The second concern I'd like to address points out that this policy will provide funds to municipalities with no specifications around how those funds are meant to be used. And because of that, the fund undermines its stated purpose of creating more affordable housing and other amenities. And again, I want to point out that the theory of change behind this fund is not to create a new grant program. It's to incentivize municipalities who might be hesitant to develop within their own boundaries. We know that every city and town in our state has their own unique set of circumstances and their own ideas for how these resources will be best spent. We were intentional about not specifying how municipalities should use Housing Growth Fund resources because we think this will create the most powerful incentive possible, and because it shows respect for cities and towns who want to exercise their autonomy. And finally, I'd like to touch on the concern that Housing Growth Fund dollars will be awarded to municipalities that are already building housing, thereby leaving out municipalities where no development activity is taking place. And yes, that is the exact point of this bill. We know that there are many reasons why municipalities might not be developing new housing, and we hope that this incentive program can motivate municipalities to creatively tackle whatever barriers they might be facing. At the same time, it will provide resources to municipalities who are developing new units, which will help to offset some of the upfront costs to these cities and towns.
Your
As I've-
time has expired. Can you please summarize?
That's actually all of the points that I wanted to cover. I really appreciate your time and welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Shively. Thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to ask, because you are one of the few, if only one of the very few, I'll just say few, housing authorities who's come before us, supporting the provision of the bill to allow you to develop outside of your current municipality. And, I know there are many other housing authorities who are not asking for this. Some who I've talked with who are not, interested in pursuing that endeavor. What, if this were to be considered, what do you see as currently you're accountable to your community, to your municipality? You're working hand in hand, I would imagine, with the current administration. So where would that accountability come from if you develop outside of your community? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. I really appreciate this question because, I've been listening to the testimony of others today, and I do hear this concern that housing authorities will come in, some major entity from out of town, and try to develop affordable housing with no concern for local communities, vision for that place. And my understanding of this bill is that that is not the intent behind this. Really, what we're trying to do through the Public Housing Authority jurisdiction bill is level the playing field and make it possible for housing authorities, which have nonprofit development arms, ours does, to operate as other nonprofit developers would. And what that means in terms of accountability is that we would still be accountable to all of the processes and regulations that exist in cities and towns to regulate what kinds of developments take place. So we would still be accountable to local zoning board regulations. And I can say confidently that Elm City Communities would work in partnership with cities and towns to work toward the sorts of projects that were best for that place. But it's important to note that we would still be accountable to all of the processes that are currently in place for nonprofit developers. We want to be able to operate in the same way and on a level footing with those same entities.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And it's just my understanding, and I really do need to learn more, and trust me, I will before this process is over, that there is a different funding mechanism between, a public housing authority enjoys a different funding mechanism than a private developer per se. And I admit to not understanding every little piece of that, and I look forward to doing so. But when we talk about leveling the playing field, there are different funds available to public housing authorities than there are private developers. That's number one. And I think the other piece of that is, yes, while you'll comply with the zoning regulations and the local commissions and boards, and I understand that just as anybody else would. But it's also my understanding that there's an inherent partnership between the local housing authority and the municipality, meaning, the executives of both organizations are generally, from what I understand, working hand in hand, and they're accountable to one another. And it's the operation of that housing authority that's committed and accountable to the people they serve. There's the generally they're working hand in hand with the administration in the town that they reside in. So if you take that away, that component away, and you're mobile, you're traveling to different towns, I think some of that is lost. And I don't know how I'm struggling with that, so we're going to have to figure that out. But maybe it's rhetorical at this point, but I would like to understand how right now, you're working hand in hand with the city of New Haven, and I would imagine the mayor's office and all the different departments. And if you're going outside of that, that dynamic changes, that relationship changes. It just does. So that's the concern. I'm not sure how you would overcome that. And feel free to answer, or we can just leave that as an open question for us to develop as we move this process further. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We're gonna go back to number 6, the First Selectman of Greenwich, Fred Camillo.
Sorry there. You caught me in between a meeting here. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Senator Sampson, Representative Felipe, Representative Scott, and members of the Housing Committee. Thanks for having me on today. Really appreciate it. Would like to just offer some comments on HB 533, and that concerning the study of affordable housing appeals process. And I appreciate the opportunity to do so. As 830G continues to threaten the autonomy of municipalities around our state to govern the land use as they best see fit. With only 28 out of the 169 municipalities having reached that mandated 10% mark, the 33-year-old law really hasn't done what it was intended to do. The law 830G just allows developers to circumvent local zoning laws and bodies without regard to an effect that an application has on the environment, the infrastructure, aesthetics of a town, and of course, its quality of life. These negative characteristics aside, here in Greenwich, we've been making great strides with affordable housing through our local housing authority, which is known as Greenwich Communities, and not through 830G applications and projects. Greenwich Communities has been renovating old units, adding more where it makes sense and doesn't disturb environmentally sensitive areas, doesn't exacerbate an already perilous flooding situation by adding more impervious surfaces. Factors such as the environment, high cost of land, and the above referenced local endeavors are not taken into consideration by this one-size-fits-all law that neither works nor is welcomed in municipalities. Based on the above referenced failure of the law to reach its mandate in most of the towns in the state, I would recommend seriously looking at amending the law to allow towns to be able to count housing for schools and hospitals where a town or a city has some skin in the game by granting tax abatements. So we do that here in town. We don't get any credit for that, and it's still we're still providing housing opportunities for people, but they're just not counted. That would be equitable in my opinion, as well as be encouraging to such entities and the towns to continue to acquire and build additional units that would be counted towards a 10% mandate. Moreover, a more comprehensive way of counting all these units that are truly affordable by definition should be undertaken by the state, as I believe many municipalities, from my conversations with other mayors and first selectmen around Connecticut, I believe many of these municipalities have units that are not counted. I know here in Greenwich, we feel strongly about that. But since this is a state mandate and it's time, it really is a burden when it comes to time and money. I personally believe that the state would need to step up with the tools because they have the wherewithal to find out exactly how many of these affordable units are out there in the various towns without adding yet more of a burden to the town. So we're working ahead. We're improving our numbers. We're up from just in the last 4 years from 5.2 to 5.8. And we're renovating some other units and plans to, which hopefully in the next 3 or 4 years will get us close to or at 7%. But it's really hard as people build more and these 830G applications come in. All they do is give just 20%, and then the full number adds more units. So it's like a dog chasing its tail, like I say every time I testify here. So 830G is not the answer. Allowing our local housing authorities and municipalities to do that.
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Yes, thank you I appreciate the time and the opportunity to just give my thoughts there, and I look forward to seeing more work on this in the coming this session. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I wanted to ask you a question regarding housing authority expansion. I've spoken to your housing authority people, Greenwich Communities.
Yeah.
Do you have some thoughts that you'd like to share on that?
Yeah, Senator, thanks. When you talk about housing expansion, you're talking about where the bill where they were actually go into other towns?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that because why would Stanford want Greenwich over there right, Stanford knows Greenwich better than Greenwich knows Stanford. Likewise, if New Haven wanted to come into Greenwich, they don't know Greenwich. They don't know what we're dealing with our infrastructure, with the flooding, the environmentally sensitive areas. So again, we're making progress there, and I'm very happy to report that. But I know some towns are having a little bit more difficulty, and I think we have to rely on them and maybe give them more incentives. That's why I was talking about maybe amending the law a little bit and seeing if you can get those numbers up in those towns. Excuse me. But I would not be in favor of having local entities going into other local entities. I think it's best left for those who know their towns and cities the best to oversee their zoning.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow through on this. So in some locations where they don't have the capacity or wherewithal to have a housing authority, and they welcomed another housing authority who would have that expertise to come in and develop some properties. What's your thoughts on that?
That would be okay, as long as they're okay with it, Senator. Yeah, I really want to defer to the towns and the cities. They know what they need and what they want, and if they need help, that's what we all should be doing, right? If somebody calls out for help, yes, I think we all should lend a hand and roll up our sleeves. But if they say no, we'll take care of it, and they're truly trying, then I think we have to respect that too. But yeah, I would have no objection to that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I see no other questions for you. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Have a great one, Senator.
You.
Thanks.
Karen DuBois Walton. I'm sorry. Before Ms. Walton, I have Jennifer Paradis.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen would have been a great person to follow up, though. Good afternoon, Senator Moore and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jennifer Paradis. I'm the Executive Director of the Bethel Center in Milford. I'm a resident of Hamden. I'm also a person who's experienced homelessness myself and whose parents are deceased because of the long-term impact of unsheltered homelessness on them over many years. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you, specifically on SB 6. We're grateful for the inclusion of the $18.6 million for the Department of Housing for housing and homeless services, as well as the $1.4 million for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for housing support, and also looking for that $25 million in funding for rental assistance. These funds are crucial for addressing the ongoing humanitarian crisis that is homelessness in our state. However, we do urge that this language in SB 6 be amended to ensure that the $20 million allocation is annualized, reliable source of funding for our homeless, becoming reliable funding for our homeless system. Annualized funding is essential to providing the equitable and stable resources for our staff and operations. As you've heard time and time again in this session and past, homelessness has increased by 14% year over year, leaving nearly 1,000 people outside last night, tonight, and tomorrow night. The systems that we've built over a decade comprise of homeless diversion, backbone system coordination, outreach and engagement, healthy and safe shelters, and permanent housing for those experiencing homelessness have led to millions of dollars from the federal government to support our work, but we cannot go any further and meet the needs of our communities without annualized funding. Very clearly, we cannot respond to the needs of today without the ability to plan for tomorrow. The lack of annualized funding has caused a great deal of harm, not because these allocations have not come with the best intentions for crisis response, but because it creates inconsistencies in programming and staffing, delayed openings to life-saving programs, and the inability to think strategically on the long-term investments our communities deserve. I also support HB 5332, which will codify the Interagency Council on Homelessness to improve coordination and maximize funding for state agencies responding to homelessness. We ask that the bill is amended to follow national best practices, ensuring that the participation in the decision-making process from people who are currently informally unhoused, service providers, partners, and advocates alongside the state agency leadership. Lastly, in full support of HB 265, an act requiring annual reports concerning wait lists for RAP. Additional public reporting on RAP wait lists will allow the state to accurately measure housing needs and track our ability to house folks quickly. So thank you so much. I know you have a long day ahead of you. I really appreciate your work and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I see no questions for you. Thank you. I see my senator, Senator Looney, in the room. I'm going to ask him to come to speak. Thank you, Senator Looney.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. I am here to testify in support of two bills on your agenda today. Senate Bill number 6, an act concerning housing. Senate Bill number 267, an act requiring a study of the effects of short-term rentals on the housing market of the state. I know that our Majority Leader, Senator Duff, testified earlier. Won't want to repeat his testimony, but just want to point out that there is a housing crisis in the state. As we all know, we're short about 100,000 units overall. It really is hampering our economic development. And the shortage is existing in a number of ways. There's a shortage of rental housing for low and moderate income people. There's also a shortage of ownership opportunities for moderate income people who aspire to purchase workforce housing and find the housing market outside of their reach. The only houses available in many cases for sale are those that you have to be quite wealthy to buy these days. So it's a real problem both on the rental front, the home ownership front, and it's also a problem both in our cities where there is affordable housing now, but needs to be more. And of course, it's a problem in the communities that have never supported the growth of affordable housing and have been resistant to it. So it exists on many levels and in many different ways. And I believe this bill would be a way to move toward remedying that problem by creating the Housing Growth Fund, awarding municipalities for additional housing. You could receive grants from the fund based on the municipal amount of growth in affordable housing compared to the statewide average. Also provides for incentives for conversion of commercial properties into residential use. And we see more and more commercial properties becoming vacant or close to vacant at this point because more and more people are working from home. And that's becoming a real problem now. I think we're going to see a problem in many cases where leases that were entered into before the pandemic, when they come up, often they're 10 years or 10 years more than 10 years leases. And when they come up for renewal in the next few years, many of those people who are leasing that property based on the standards of 2015 or before are going to want to lease a lot less because their workers are no longer coming to the office every single day, and that's going to be a problem wherever there are office buildings. The bill also provides the program for the Commissioner of Housing to administer a system of tax credit vouchers for property owners, providing for a reduced sales tax of 3% for the sale of tangible personal property in any project that has at least 50 dwelling units of affordable housing. Also for reduced excise tax of 3% for storage, use, or other consumption of tangible property. So this is an important bill that addresses a critical problem. Briefly, Senate Bill 267, requiring a study of the effects of short-term rentals on the housing market of the state. I commend the committee for raising that bill because we are seeing a significant change, at least in New Haven and a few other communities, of houses being sold, 1 or 2 family houses being sold to owners who choose not to live in those houses and not to have permanent tenants in those houses, but to convert them into basically Airbnbs, renting them sometimes by the day, by the week, or by the month, taking a lot of housing stock off the market and in some ways damaging to those neighborhoods because in fact, there are a few in my neighborhood in the East Shore of New Haven. One is offering a rental for 2 or 3 days, the other one a week, a couple of others for a month. And what you're seeing is those houses are then vacant for significant periods of time until the short-term people come in. They're not really part of the community, not part of the neighborhood. That's happening in the Worcester Square neighborhood of New Haven, a desirable neighborhood close to downtown. This is something I think we need to study because on the whole, this is not a healthy thing. If you have a concentration of too many units of that kind in a single neighborhood, it really would change the makeup of the neighborhood. And that would be a dangerous thing, whether municipalities should be able to use their zoning power to limit the number of houses of this kind in a given ward or district or whatever. But I commend the committee for undertaking a study of what this impact is, because it's only going to grow and become more significant. So just wanted to thank the committee for your interest in these two bills, and appreciate the important work that you do every year.
Representative Felipe, thank you for that testimony, Senator.
And I just wanted to say thank you as well. And obviously, you've been here a very long time. Your name is on the dedication of the Capitol, and you've always evolved with the.
Maybe not the Capitol, but the LOB.
Yes. But right outside of our House chambers,
Yeah,
your name is there.
Haven't been here since 1879, but.
No, but the rededication, and
Yes.
we appreciate that you keep evolving with the issues, and you keep up with everything that's going on, and coming here and presenting this. I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Representative.
Senator Looney, will you talk a little bit about your thoughts on, and I've been asking this of people who are either first selectmen or in a town, and on housing authority having jurisdiction outside of their area?
Yes, that is something that I think really is another tool toward promoting affordable housing. And I think we should explore every area that we possibly can. I know that Karen DeVos Walton of New Haven has been interested in that, believes that there ought to be ways to promote housing authority management of properties outside the community where the housing authority is established. Also, I think we need to look at housing vouchers being portable as well, and to not have everything restricted by town lines. I think we need to do everything we can to try to build up our populations where those populations once were robust but are not now. For instance, in New Haven and Hartford and Bridgeport, 100 years ago, had over 160,000 people. They were close to their historical peak. And at that time, they were really dominant in their regions numerically in a way they're not now, because their suburban communities around them had much smaller populations than they have now. And at that time, they were underrepresented in the General Assembly because of the system that was in place, where every town had at least one representative and no town had more than two. So when they were at their peak population, they were politically disadvantaged by the system that existed in Connecticut prior to the one person, one vote rule, Baker versus Carr, coming into effect. And by the time that correction came in the late 1960s, they had already lost a significant amount of population and weren't able to take advantage of what they would have if they had more robust representation earlier. So I think New Haven now is a population of getting close to 140,000, but needs to really get to 150. Hartford was the only one of the major cities that actually lost population in the decade between 2010 and 2020. Hartford needs to be a lot more robust. It has about 125,000 people, really needs to get up to about 140. Bridgeport is close to 150, but could afford to grow larger than that. And Waterbury also had a small gain, but could afford to have a bigger population than 114 that it currently has. So all those cities would be economically more vital, more healthy, and more independent if they had a stronger population, a stronger home ownership base, and a greater access to affordable rental units.
Thank you, sir. Any other? I see no other questions for you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the committee for hearing these bills and to commend you on the important work that you do every session. Thank you so much.
Senator Duff is up. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, members of the Housing Committee. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott. I'm submitting testimony in strong support of SB 6, an act concerning housing. This bill builds on some of the actions that this committee initiated last year. Our state is dependent on being able to create almost 100,000 new units of housing as quickly as possible. This fulfills two desperate needs. First, the humanitarian pursuit of ensuring that we have enough housing for all that need it. Studies show that we are short this astronomical sum of dwellings. Second, it is the economic necessity. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Connecticut has been averaging approximately 100,000 open jobs. Connecticut employers want to hire, but cannot attract workers even with high salaries. The common theme remains. The prospective employees are not able to move into Connecticut because there's nowhere for them to live. Often we talk about wanting our children to remain here in this state after high school and college graduation. Unless they live at home with their parents, this is not always a reality. Additionally, the quantity and affordability of housing is not a standalone problem. Rather, it is interconnected with education, health, and safety. Without a roof over their heads, students will face greater difficulty focusing on school, families will be more susceptible to illness, and both children and adults will never know the true safety and stability. It is thus imperative that we address the lack of housing in general in this state, and more specifically, the lack of affordable housing in this state. With this goal in mind, I'd like to focus on certain sections of the wide-reaching bill. Specifically, this bill establishes the Housing Growth Fund, an approach that rewards municipalities for adding housing. Municipalities will receive grants from the fund based on the municipality's amount of growth in affordable housing compared to the statewide growth in affordable housing. In other words, the more affordable housing added to a municipality, the more funding that municipality will receive from the fund. This will incentivize and reward municipalities that create new affordable housing. The bill also incentivizes the conversion of commercial property into residential use to increase the overall number of houses in the state. For example, it establishes a program for the Commissioner of Housing to administer a system of tax credit vouchers for property owners converting commercial buildings into residential developments, and for taxpayers making contributions that are qualified conversion expenditures. Additionally, it provides for a reduced sales tax of 3% for the sale of tangible personal property, purchased for the construction of a new residential development project, as long as the project contains at least 50 dwelling units of affordable housing. Similarly, the bill provides for a reduced excise tax of 3% for the storage, use of other consumption of tangible personal property used for the construction of new residential development with at least 50 dwelling units of housing. The availability and affordability of housing is perhaps the most important issue of this decade. Housing provides security and stability. Without it, any other progress we make as a state in the realms of health, education, environment are meaningless. I urge you to please support this highly important bill. Thank you.
Well, that was very considerate and short, Senator Duff.
I try. I hope it was.
I'd like to just ask you about the Majority Leaders Roundtable group. Many of the bills that we've come up with that we're putting forth are the results of that. Would you like to speak on that?
Yeah, thank you. What's been great about the Majority Leaders Roundtable that Representative Rojas and I have chaired, and you've been a part of, and so many others have been a part of as well, is that we've kept the conversation going since the end of last session. And we broke down into various subcommittees, working groups, if you will. And that has really brought a lot of voices together, whether it's with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, whether it's with First Selectmen, legislators, department heads, and others. I think we've heard a lot of comments about housing, also from the business community, that really have helped to shape some of what we're talking about here today and some of the other bills that are in the legislature this year. Because we know that this is such an important issue that it could not wait from June to February to start the conversation again. And we have incorporated many of the different ideas into various bills that you'll see in this committee, planning and development, maybe some others as well. And thank you for your work on the committee as well, Senator Moore.
Thank you for the opportunity. Any questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, Karen Du Bois Walton. Evelyn Perez.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Evelyn.
Hi. Hi, my name is Evelyn. I'm sorry. This is my first time when I'm testify. So, good afternoon, senators and representatives. My name is Evelyn Perez. I am a student from Yukon and I'm volunteer in the organization that what they call Footwear with Care. It's a small organization in Hartford that I'm helping homeless families with low incomes. So our goal is to help homeless to find a safe home. We're helping with the programs by the government, but unfortunately there is a list. So homeless is waiting more than 6 months, and I and by my own, I try to find another way to find unfortunately rent for them. But the barriers is the barriers for these things to help homelesses to get successful. Is the rent. The rent is very high in Hartford, and people is still, more than 6 months in the shelters, in the warm centers. So that's why I'm here, to support this bill, to find more research, to help these people with low incomes. Thank you.
Evelyn, will you just tell me what bill were you testifying on behalf of?
Oh, for the bill 5332.
5332?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. You did good. Mayrelise Rodriguez. Heath Pemberton. Dondre Roberts.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Ranking Members Scott and Sampson, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Dondre Roberts. I'm a housing provider in New Haven and a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association. And today I'm testifying on SB 268, SB 6, and HB 5332. I'll try to keep it within 3 minutes. I support HB 5332, the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I believe that this interagency council would lead to better collaboration between various departments and lead to more effective solutions for those who are unhoused. I do think that the council can be enhanced by adding voices from nonprofit and interfaith organizations, as well as those who have been previously unhoused. I feel like this would lend to having additional boots on the ground and better voices on the interagency council. And I would also urge this committee to look at the city of Houston, as I previously had cited, as an example of how various groups can work together to reduce homelessness. And then I also wanted to touch on SB 268, an act requiring study of advanced rental payments. I support the study. However, I would like to caution the committee against policy proposals that may harm renters in the long run based on the study's results. Having worked extensively in New York real estate as a leasing manager and a real estate agent, I witnessed how the well-intentioned portion of that bill ended up increasing costs in the long run. And the bill that I'm referring to is the HSTPA passed in 2019. So the bill was trying to make rental housing more affordable, and New York banned advanced rent payments. So this meant that only first and security could be collected at lease signing. It also prohibited an owner from accepting last month's rent upfront and prohibited prepayment of rent, which you would typically see in short-term rentals. So quick background: in a rental transaction, when an applicant has finances that are fair or might not meet the housing provider's general requirements, a renter may offer additional security or offer to pay more upfront to secure the transaction. So for instance, maybe an applicant had a bankruptcy or fell on rough times during COVID. As we know, people are more than just their credit report. And then the funds that they would pay would be applied to rent or refunded as security. However, post HSTPA, applicants could no longer pay security or additional rent up front. So applicants were either denied or accepted. And then this led to applicants paying fees to third-party companies who would co-sign the lease. And we went from transactions where you would prepay rent and that'd be applied, to your rent or refunded as security, to now paying non-refundable fees to third-party guarantors. And those fees would range from 3 to 6 weeks worth of rent. And that significantly impacted low-income applicants. Lastly, I wanted to touch on SB 6.
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
The only issue I have with SB 6 is the tax on companies and owners purchasing property over $800,000. I think the tax vouchers are great, but I would just consider omitting the tax implications. Thank you.
Dondre, thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you.
Great to see you
Thank you.
again.
All right. Is Karen Dubus Walton on? Then I'll go to Topaz Stinson. Carl Lance.
Good morning. My name is Carl Lance. I'm the 2024 president of Connecticut Realtors. I also have with me our 2020 president, Joanne Breen. We're here to give some testimony on SB 6 and some components of it. We have some things we support. We have some things that we're not in support of. And I'd like to start with Section 5 of SB 270, the Act concerning tax credits for the conversion of commercial properties. Again, I'll bring up, I've been on a couple of panels and testified on a few other bills. And the biggest thing I'm going to say is there are less than 3,000 houses for sale. That's single family and condo in the entire state of Connecticut. And we definitely would support this section of the bill, which would create new opportunities to create housing for Connecticut residents. And we absolutely support that. I'd like to ask Joanne to speak now, if you could switch over to her.
Carl, before you go on, what section of the bill?
Section 5 of SB 270. That was the act concerning tax credits for the conversion of commercial properties. Oh, Joanne's speaking. Did you want what Joanne was speaking on or just what I was speaking
No,
on?
I just want to know what section of the bill you were speaking to.
Sure.
Thank you. Now Joanne's going to take part of the time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Correct.
Thank
Hi,
you, Madam
Joanne.
Chair. Okay, I'm speaking for Connecticut Realtors also, opposing Section 6 of SB 6, which creates a new conveyance tax on a residential purchaser that is not an individual. This section would not provide a greater potential for more individual purchasers. It would instead make it more costly for many purchases, such as those who are putting properties into a trust for estate planning or who may be using an LLC for tax or liability purposes. For other non-individuals who may be forced to pay this new tax, that expense is going to drive up the cost of housing. It will be passed on to tenants likely and result in higher rents. New costs to property owners are what drive up housing and rental costs. There is an affordability crisis in Connecticut already, and this will make it worse. This section is also in a standalone bill, SB 266, which CTR also opposes for the same reason. Secondly, Connecticut Realtors opposes Section 10 of SB 6, which creates a study concerning the potential impacts of allowing landlords to accept advanced rental payments from tenants of residential dwelling units. The rationale for our opposition is the benefit to tenants are already known and does not need to be studied. Advanced payments give landlords an increased ability to take the financial risk on someone who has a lower credit score, or even students coming right out of school who haven't established a work history or credit scores at that point. Or there are even divorced persons. For instance, a stay-at-home mom who is recently divorced has no real recent work history. Perhaps the credit score has been impacted by the divorce. Being able to pay advance payments in order to secure a rental would benefit somebody like that. The study proposal could also drive up rents due to the risk for the landlord not being paid the final month by the tenant, which is often how that advanced rent is used. Please don't make the situation worse for tenants by studying a move that will harm those who need the help. Connecticut Realtors believes and recommends the bill be amended to consider allowing more rent to be paid in advance instead of limiting it. This section is also a standalone bill, SB 268, which CTR opposes. So I want to thank you for your consideration. If you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Sampson, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, folks, for being here today representing the Realtors. Just in full disclosure, that provision that you were just referring to, SB 268, and what is Section 10 of SB 6 is actually my proposal. And for the exact same reason that you guys recommended it, please understand, I mean, if I would have liked to offer the bill as an actual change, but the best I could do in my negotiations was to get it as a study. And thank you very much for participating and commenting and sharing your own perspective. And I will consider that to be part of the study. And I hope my colleagues and the chairs recognize that as well. Anyone who does rental business in Connecticut certainly recognizes that you're going to have applicants that have less than stellar credit, or they have some other thing that might be an impediment to them being accepted. And very often that person might be in a better financial position than their credit might indicate. And they want to use that as a means to negotiate the terms of the application. And I agree that it is a very beneficial to go back to freedom to allow these parties to the contract to be able to make their own terms. I just wanted to ask for the record that the opposition is not against the concept, just that you think that it's already understood that this is a benefit and we should make that as a policy. Through you, Madam Chairman.
That's exactly right, Senator Sampson, and thank you very much. We're very happy about the intention behind the bill, but we don't feel that we should be looking at the situation to limit the advance payments of rent any further. Anything that we can do to expand it would be best. I mean, I had a personal situation when my son got out of law school and was going for his first rental. He had no work history at that point, even though he had secured a position with a law firm, and he had no credit rating. So we were able to pay advance rents, which was far preferable for us to being co-signers on a lease. So hopefully that's something that can be available to other parents in similar situations.
So thank you, Joanne. And it is a study, and if it gets out of committee and gets to the floor and votes on, perhaps we could look at it differently after that. But thank you for your testimony. Next is Kara Rogers. David Antonez. David Parisia. Carmen Cologne from the great city of Bridgeport.
Senator Moore, and I know our Representative Felipe left the room, but it's a distinct honor to sit here in front of the Housing Committee. And I am, like I said, Carmen Cologne, and I reside in the great city of Bridgeport. And actually, the Senator Moore and I live on the same street. She always says that my flowers are prettier than hers, but I don't think so. But anyway, I am here to support Senate Bill 6, specifically speaking about the allocation that is in sections 27 and 28. And I wish and pray for the day that I don't have to come here and my colleagues don't have to come here and ask for funding year after year for homeless services, specifically during our cold winter months when we enact the cold weather protocol. The day that this funding can be annualized, and that's specifically what we need. We need this funding annualized, that it is in the governor's budget, that we don't have to come here and ask for these funds. We have seen in our city of Bridgeport, I can speak for Bridgeport, we have seen the day that we don't have homeless people sleeping on our streets. And ladies and gentlemen, that does not happen by accident. It only happens through the help that you all have given us through the Department of Housing to make sure that we have enough funds to house the homeless population. During the cold winter months, what we do is we bring the individuals in and we put them in a warming center. But what we also do is we make sure that we provide services and do not let them go back out on the street in the morning. We make sure they stay there receiving the services that they need to make sure that they are stably housed. And during April, when the center is supposed to close, we make sure that they still remain in that center so that we can be able to house them. Last year, I kept everybody there until June, but I kept them there to make sure that I had a home for every single one of them. Therefore, I ask that we annualize that in the budget. And also, I am here in support House Bill 5332, and that is the formation of our interagency council. Here in the state of Connecticut, we're very fortunate that our providers to homeless services work very closely. And we want to make sure that we have an interagency council doing exactly what our providers do. And it is working collectively, working together with all the commissioners, making sure that they are preparing an agenda to take care of the less fortunate, the homeless population. Thank you for your support on these bills, and I hope that these funds can be annualized. Any questions?
Thank you. You want to tell us a little bit about your organization?
Absolutely. The organization that I run for about 30 years now is Alpha Community Services, YMCA. We're the largest providers of permanent supportive housing in the state of Connecticut. And we used to run the largest family emergency shelter, but I can sit here and tell you that we converted one of those emergency shelters for families into permanent supportive housing, because we do know that the need is in permanent supportive housing for our folks. We work closely with the local housing authority. We couldn't do what we do without the help of Park City Communities. And it is actually a shining star in our community. And I pride ourselves by saying that our staff, although all of them underpaid, this is the reason why we need more funds, they just come every day smiling to make sure that we are putting roofs over the heads of those individuals. We work closely with every single other agency in our city of Bridgeport because we can't do it alone. And I mean, I can go on saying so much about our agency. I'm so proud of our agency, and we can replicate exactly those services across our state. So many of our colleagues across our state are doing just such a wonderful job. But again, we do need that assistance. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you do, and you've been doing it quite a long time.
Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You also. Next up is Lynette Miller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Lynette.
Great. Okay. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. This is my first time testifying. I don't know why my picture isn't up, but I'm glad you can hear me. I'm kind of addressing any House bills that might apply and 830G. Again, I'm Lynette Miller from Goshen, and I'm here today to represent your unheard voices from watershed, small, and agricultural towns, which have been given no representation in Hartford and have been subjected to a one-size-fits-all with cities and large towns under 830G. Small and watershed towns like ours have no sewers, no public water, generally have no commercial tax base. I'd like to give you a quick overview of the impact on small towns like ours with about 3,000 residents, with developers setting aside 30 out of every 100 units for affordable housing. That impact upon a town like ours would yield a total of 600 housing units to get to 10% or 180 affordable housing units here. That is a third of the approximate number of housing units we've generally had in our town for years. We have limited infrastructure, volunteer fire and emergency services, limited public works, and limited resources, not to mention the tax burden being passed along. I am asking that you make considerable concessions in these mandates for small and watershed towns like Goshen, down to where we have perhaps a 4 or 5% total mandate and lower moratorium thresholds. We need a lot of state support, or we see a lot of state support for NGOs, developers, and special interests. Please remember the little people, and especially our watersheds, and give small towns the ability to be more creative with affordable housing and give us the ability to have substantially lower thresholds to protect those water resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynette. I see no questions for you. I do want to let you know there have been people before you that talked about the same problem. So we are hearing from many people. So thank you.
Can I just mention one thing? I think it was under 3 minutes. The website, I understand, went down last night. I know there were a number of people from out here in the hinterlands who got in under the deadline, but were not on the list today. So maybe we can have another hearing because a lot of people want to be heard.
Well,
thank you.
we have deadlines that we have to conduct business by.
Yes.
And I think this is our last hearing, if I'm not.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know that a lot of people did get in under the 3 o'clock deadline yesterday and did not appear on the list to speak. I just wanted everybody to know that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Martha Eidman, I'm sorry. And Livia Cox.
Audio piece.
I've been living in Middletown almost 8 years. I've been homeless for 7 of those 50 years. 9 months. A little over 1 year. For 1 year already. For about 20 years. For 6 years. All my life, 50 years. 26 years.
Dear Chair, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Livia Cox, and I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm also a graduate student at the Yale School of Public Health and a policy fellow of Senator Anwar's. I'm testifying today in support of House Bill number 5332, particularly for the provision of the establishment of an interagency council on homelessness. However, I come bearing a suggestion for an amendment. Alongside my support for this bill, I propose that we strengthen its impact by mandating that the Interagency Coalition produce a discrete product, specifically a comprehensive plan to identify and address the systemic causes of homelessness in Connecticut and adopt interventions aimed at reducing homelessness mortality. Such a plan would provide a roadmap for coordinated action and ensure that resources are effectively allocated. Prior to Yale, I lived in Middletown, where I attended Wesleyan University. For 3 of those years, and still to this day, I worked night shifts as an EMT on a local ambulance. In the onslaught of overdose calls, it rapidly became clear to me that while I was providing transport and preventing death, I was also perpetuating a system that failed to address or consider a malady's root cause. So trying to get closer to the cause, in 2019, I co-founded the Middletown Harm Reduction Initiative, a nonprofit which serves nearly 400 individuals, some of whose voices you just heard at the start of my testimony. 72% of our clients experience homelessness. In a 2021 survey, when I asked them to identify the primary driver of their drug use, 95% of my clients wrote something like, "to cope with my pain," when asked to identify this. Most of them attributed that pain to homelessness. At the same time, homelessness is creating barriers to receiving treatment for opioid use disorder and is heightening the risk of overdose mortality. So while my team's efforts are so life-saving in so many regards, my work with Immature I over the past few years has shown me that just as on the ambulance, I am again treating a symptom and not a cause. I want to tell you some things that worry me. Seniors over the age of 55 are the fastest growing group of people experiencing homelessness, many of whom are veterans. This past winter, we saw a record number of homeless individuals and increased staffing shortages. 77% of sheltered adults reported a mental illness, and well over half report issues with substance use. While homelessness is a public health crisis in itself, it is so inextricably intertwined and comorbid to other crises of substance use, of mental health, of loneliness, of isolation, none of which can be effectively addressed without consideration of the others. I've spent the past 5 years addressing symptoms, and I happily intend to dedicating the rest of my life to doing just that. But before you today is a very unique opportunity to address a root cause and not just bandage a symptom. We have a chance to do the right thing, so let's create this forum for communication and make it a catalyst for substantive progress and meaningful change so we can do better for the thousands of people experiencing homelessness in our state right now. It is in your power to make such a difference. Thank you.
Powerful testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thomas Burr.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Moore and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy Manager for the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. NAMI is one of the largest grassroots mental health organizations in the country. And we're here today to support HB 5332, an act establishing the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and SB 6, an act concerning housing. You have my written testimony. So briefly, I just want to share with you why we here at NAMI Connecticut, how we intersect with housing and homelessness, and why we support these two bills. Ending homelessness is why I got involved as an advocate with NAMI over 15 years ago. And yet here we are still talking about it. I got involved because my son at the time was experiencing bipolar disorder. And he was, during an 8-year stretch, at times during that 8-year stretch, not only a mess fighting this illness, but also homeless. And I couldn't understand. And at the time I was employed full-time as a real estate agent, I couldn't understand why, with all the housing that was available in the state of Connecticut, he didn't have a place to live. And it turns out that, there was a lot of supportive housing that needed to be built and has been built since then, which is good. Still not enough, but it's we've made some progress, which is good. I can also tell you, as a family support group facilitator with NAMI for about that same amount of time, I hear to this day, again and again, that people who have loved ones with serious mental health conditions are frightened to death that their loved one, who may be living at home, which is not an ideal situation. If you have an adult child, they shouldn't be living with the parents. The parents are their parents. They're not mental health professionals, and it's not a good recipe. It's actually a formula for bad things to happen. And we always tell people, you need to have a transition, get your loved one out into the community, but there's no place many times for them to go. And what happens is, in order to access eventually some form of supportive housing, people literally have to be first made homeless. And it's just really unconscionable that we still force people to go down that road. But you've probably heard from some of the people from CCEH about how having an interagency council will help streamline everything, and that's great. And certainly creating more housing will help. But we really need to get serious about solving this problem, because there's literally people out in the woods dying from being homeless and having no place to be safe and secure. So I would just add that you pass these two bills and let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions. You're right. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is David Senior.
David Senior. I don't want to echo a lot of what has been said, but some of you might roll your eyes a little bit. I'm a past fundraiser for nonprofits. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut. My family is considered one of the founding families of Easton. You're going to hear my grandfather's name a lot. Chairman Moore, you may know who he is. I brought a visual prop. They wouldn't let me bring it in. It was too big. I'm going to read you something from the Sam P. Senior Memorial Park. I am from Easton. You've heard a lot of people from Easton. I know them all: Dana, June, Tony, Jeff. The major part of Easton's terrain is a watershed dedicated to the conservation of one of our most precious resources, water. Follows night as follows day that this park should be named after Sam P. Senior, a brilliant visionary engineer, past president, chairman of the board of the Bridgeport Hydraulic Company. Sam Senior led the planning construction of a complex and very effective water supply system that to this day provides water to now, I believe, over 800,000 people, from Strap Falls, Stratford, Bridgeport, right down to the Greenwich shoreline. Starting in 1901 as an engineer and superintendent, Sam Senior went on to become president and chairman of the board. His connection to the company brought a significant change in its policy of construction and expansion. Providing views were given by a gentleman named Eva H. Warner, who became vice president in 1903. From the beginning of World War I in 1914 to the end of that war, the company grew rapidly and kept growing. As a visionary engineer and leader, Sam Senior played a paramount role and assuring our local water supply. Every reservoir in our area was built under his direction and supervision. He saw to it that whenever you turned on the faucet, you got high-quality water, whenever you wanted it and as much as you wanted it. Large storage based on high elevations in sparsely populated areas. We're interconnected for safety amidst thousands of acres of forests and wetlands. All of this acting like a giant sponge and an ingenious system of aquifers that cleanse and purify by keeping contaminants out of the water and the water supply, excuse me. Trap Falls was completed in 1904. The Hemlock Reservoir was completed in 1914, just in time to save the area from a water shortage. Easton Lake was put into service in 1926 after being delayed from World War I, I believe. Through Sam Sr.'s efforts, the tremendous task of building a network of pipes connecting the Saugatuck Reservoir, 23 billion gallons in Weston, to the Aspetuck Reservoir in Easton started in 1929 and was completed in 1942. This reservoir responded directly to the needs of Bridgeport Industries
Your
during
time
World
has
War
expired.
II.
Can you please summarize?
Yes, sir. The Aspetuck, Hemlocks, and Easton Lake and Saugatuck Reservoir define the town of Easton to this day. This isn't about my grandfather. This is about the amount of people that the water system serves. Easton is a fragile ecosystem. I've watched it develop. I watched my dad build 19 roads on my grandfather's farms. I'm for HB 533 and the further study and the exemption, possible exemption. I think it should be exemption of the watershed communities because watershed is not being produced. Once it's damaged, it's gone forever. It cannot be cleaned. Thank you very much for your time. That's it. This was my virgin run. I drove an hour and a quarter up here. It was well worth the wait. I found you all engaging. The gentleman from New Canaan, the lady from Lynette, from Goshen, sister watershed towns. I really appreciate the feedback I've heard from you, Mr. Paletta, that there is more discussion and research going on. I've heard compelling testimony. Yes, there is a crisis. It has to be addressed. We're being overpopulated. But for me, I'm here all about my family, my grandfather's legacy. It's all about the water. And Chairman Moore, you being a Bridgeport resident, you know who the Bridgeport Hydraulic Company was, and now it's being sold once again to another company from Eversource. And hopefully it'll fall into the right hands and we have water for all, clean
Thank you,
water.
sir. Thank you for your legacy. Thank you for driving an hour and 15 minutes to be here.
Worth
I
it.
appreciate it. And thank you for paying attention to what's going on here.
You
and that
betcha.
we're
I learned an
listening.
incredible lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Nate Fox. Thad Eidman. Matthew Morgan.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Matthew.
Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Vice Chair Lesser, Ranking Member Scott and Sampson, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Matt Morgan. I'm the Executive Director of Journey Home and a resident of West Hartford, and I'm also someone who has experienced homelessness. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today and to provide general comment on Senate Bill 6 and House Bill 5332. I've worked in the nonprofit sector for almost 20 years and have served as Journey Home's Executive Director for the past 13 years. And I write today on behalf of the thousands of people who experience homelessness in the Capital Region every year, as well as the thousands of people who are unstably housed and who are at risk of homelessness. Journey Home coordinates the homeless response system in the Capital Region, and we serve as the backbone support agency for the Greater Hartford Coordinated Access Network and the Central Connecticut Coordinated Access Network. We're in support of SB 6 and HB 5332, but we urge that the language be amended to ensure that the $20 million allocation to DOH and DEMIS becomes annualized and that the Interagency Council on Homelessness includes people who are currently or formerly unhoused, service providers, partners, and advocates alongside state agency leadership. Our collective impact efforts are more important now than ever The CAN structures have helped us move to a shared community responsibility for the well-being of people experiencing homelessness. CAN backbone support agencies provide facilitation and accountability to make sure people don't fall between the cracks and to solve complex cases. We engage private sector landlords and find housing for people experiencing homelessness. We partner with workforce development agencies to help individuals gain employment and partner with financial opportunity centers to provide financial literacy services. CAN backbone support agencies provide disaster preparedness services, including cold weather planning, and get the word out to partner agencies and people experiencing homelessness when the governor activates the severe cold weather protocols. We engage healthcare agencies to help provide services to complex care patients experiencing homelessness. We coordinate homeless prevention services with municipalities. We spearhead innovation and continuous improvement and use data to make informed decisions and to identify gaps in our region. The increased housing prices and inflation of basic necessities over the past couple of years means that more people are at risk of homelessness than ever before. Unfortunately, we saw a 10% increase in unsheltered homelessness in the past year in Greater Hartford. Turnover in staff at our service providers means clogs in our system. Our shelter systems should be operating more like an emergency room in a hospital with people flowing in and out quickly. But when staff at service providers leave, it causes delays in getting people housed during that time that it takes to recruit and onboard new staff. The longer people stay in shelter, the less capacity we have to accommodate others who are having a crisis, which results in a clogged system and increased encampments of unsheltered individuals in the community. Turnover in shelter diversion and hub staff can mean longer waits to get a CAN appointment.
Please summarize.
All right. Housing is a human right, and in one of the wealthiest places on the planet, Connecticut can do more to protect that right. Homelessness is a prime example of the failure of our society to take care of its residents. The more we can do to prevent homelessness, the better we will be as a state that values and protects its people. Thank you to the committee for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for the work that you do. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you. Next is Ann Minuski. Joanne Breen. Eli Sabin. Chelsea Ross.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Chelsea Ross, Executive Director of the Partnership for Strong Communities. We respectfully urge the committee to support SB 6, an act concerning housing, which is a comprehensive bill that addresses crucial aspects of housing affordability, creation, choice, and stability. We have submitted written testimony with some suggested amendments to certain sections. I'm going to highlight our strong support of Section 29, which allocates $25 million to the Department of Housing for their Rental Assistance Program, or RAP. This appropriation includes the funds required to meet the escalating rental costs for current families and provide a stable home to approximately 1,350 more low-income families next fiscal year. As you know, statewide rents are up 20% since 2021. Homelessness is up 14%, including a significant number of individuals living in places not meant for human habitation. Over 70% of our extremely low-income households in our state are facing homelessness. They're unable to find housing, or they're forced to pay well above an affordable rental rate and are teetering on the brink of losing their home. We need more homes in Connecticut. We've talked about that today so far, all different types, all different income levels, and all different communities. But we know that development takes a while, is expensive, and isn't welcome in every community. But families are suffering now. So RAP is a solution to that. It has a projected deficit, and a flat budget allocation will mean that fewer households are served. And the legislature has an ability to prioritize the expansion of cost-effective rental assistance to meet the immediate needs of our most vulnerable residents. It's really important to note that RAP is administered by DOH, which means that vouchers can be used anywhere in the state that a family chooses, provided the home meets quality standards and program rent limits, and that there is housing available. So you heard today, we don't get vouchers. Well, the Department of Housing administers Section 8 vouchers and rental assistance vouchers. They serve as a statewide housing authority for the state, and tenants can take those vouchers where they see fit. We also support Section 25, which codifies implementation aspects and seeks to ensure housing opportunities in every zip code. But in order to prevent reductions in served households due to increased rents, we ask that the language be amended so that the total number of vouchers does not decrease as a result of this implementation. We request your support for SB 265, an act requiring annual reports concerning waitlists for the rental assistance program. RAP has a closed waitlist that has only been open for roughly 4 weeks in 17 years. We need additional information on RAP to provide agency and legislative leaders with a stronger understanding of the current need for rental assistance and to ensure that we are connecting those in most vulnerable situations with an affordable home. So there's an increasing urgency for RAP to be funded at a rate that is responsive to both the continued rise in rental costs and the substantial need, and for regular and improved reporting processes to improve the effectiveness of the state-funded rental assistance program. Thank you so much for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to go back up the list. Is Karen DuBois Walton on? Karen, are you muted? I'll come back.
I'm here.
There. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much for returning to me. I apologize for having had to step away earlier. I am Karen DuBois Walton, and it is wonderful to be with you, honorable co-chairs, Felipe and Moore, vice chairs, Khan and Lesser, and of course, ranking members Scott and Sampson, entirety of the Housing Committee. It's good to be with you today on this item. I want to I've submitted written testimony and want to speak in support, strong support of Senate Bill 6. Certainly want to raise my voice around the investments in housing growth, in the homeless system, in allowing developers to build, and in the conversion of residential to commercial, we think are all very important. I want to speak specifically today in my time, though, on the aspect of the bill that's about the Housing Growth Fund. I serve as president of Elm City Communities, the housing authority in the city of New Haven, and have spent over 20 years in the process of operating and redeveloping high quality mixed income housing, and know the need for increased investment in affordable housing firsthand. The policy in front of you and the Housing Growth Fund is motivated by the fact that our state is experiencing the severe housing shortage that's been spoken to so much today. And our vacancy rate is at an incredible low, and we need to be doing all things possible to increase investment in housing. And we think that the Housing Growth Fund is a way of really aligning the incentives of the state to want to drive more housing development by rewarding the cities and towns who are developing new housing. The fund would create an annual pool, which would be allocated to municipalities based upon the amount of housing that they've created in a given year. Municipalities would receive more funding for developing units that fulfill the kinds of criteria that the state wants to really incentivize. For example, units that are affordable, units that are built in transit-oriented communities, and others. We believe in this incentive-based approach because we know municipalities face unique circumstances and value the ability to make community-based decisions. The approach provides municipalities with the flexibility to decide where and how they'll contribute, but it incentivizes them to contribute to solving this issue of the need for more housing. When we looked back over the past 5 years, there are about 45 municipalities that under the current formula that's proposed would have benefited with a significant investment of infusion of new dollars coming into their town out of the fund. Some of these are represented by members on the Housing Committee, includes Bridgeport, Hartford, Meriden, Middletown, Norwalk, Southington, Vernon, and Waterbury. But that's just a subset of the broad list of places that would benefit under the Housing Growth Fund. I've included in my written testimony the list of the full list of the municipalities that be eligible for funding, and urge you to take action that will incentivize building more desperately needed housing in our state. Members of both parties have acknowledged the existence of a housing shortage in our state and the importance of creating more housing as a response to our housing crisis. And we've heard time and again that cities and towns don't want to be told how to develop, but this honors both perspectives by incentivizing municipalities to develop their own pro-housing strategies. I urge you to pass Senate Bill 6 with this inclusion of the Housing Growth Fund, the investments in the homeless service system, the inclusion of the Housing Authority jurisdiction, the allowance of conversions to come from commercial to residential, and this focus on the Housing Growth Fund. I'm available for any questions, and thank you for your time.
I don't see any questions for you, but I've been asking CEOs of various cities about this Housing Authority jurisdiction. And I know that you've supported. Can you talk a little bit about how you see this being supportive of development? And it was stated by one of the legislators, how would you have the funding to do something like this?
Yes, thank you. And it is, I want to really make it clear for legislators what happens with housing authorities that have become developers. I know we get quite hung up on the language of housing authority, but what housing authorities have done is they've created 501c3 nonprofit entities that are affordable housing developers. And in all other ways, they operate just like any other developer. They seek to acquire property, they amass the financing through their own contribution, but through the ways that any developer does, through loans, through grants for applying for tax credits, private investment. They generate the funds necessary. They go through all the design and planning with architects and engineers. They go through all the approval process in that city or town, going in front of zoning and city planning. And they do all of those same things in order to build affordable housing. Housing authorities that are into development are connected to housing authorities in that way, and that has made them subject to the limitation about where they can build. We believe if you remove that limitation, you free us to operate like any other developer. And when you have any other developer, you don't expect that developer comes with, if they're doing a $30 million development, you don't expect that they come with $30 million in their pocket. You expect that they come with the capacity, with some pre-development monies, with some money to invest, but you expect that they're going to use that to leverage the other investment just like any other developer. That's exactly what we do. We come prepared with our experience and our track record to be competitive in tax credit rounds. We come with our financial wherewithal and strength to be able to go to banks and investors and seek their dollars into our deal. And we come with some amount that we can put in as well, but we importantly come also with the federal subsidy of the project-based voucher. And together, that's how we are able to design and build high-quality housing that is affordable and affordable at the most deeply affordable, all the way through a range of mixed income, including market rate, so that we're building vibrant mixed income communities that don't replicate what we know didn't work when we put it all in government subsidized 100% public housing. That's the model. That's what we seek to do. And that's what this bill would allow us to do.
Thank you for that clarification. I don't see any other questions for you, but thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time.
Take care. Next is Eli Sabin. He's not there. Are you there, Eli?
I'm here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore. And thank you to the esteemed members of the Housing Committee for letting me testify. My name is Eli Sabin, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research-based advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut will be a thriving and equitable state where all children achieve their full potential. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of CT Voices in support of SB 6, HB 5334, and HB 5336. CT Voices supports SB 6, an act addressing housing affordability and the many important reforms and investments it would make in housing affordability in our state. This testimony includes explanations of our support for specific components of the bill. First, we support the Housing Growth Fund because as Connecticut faces a severe housing shortage, low and middle income families are struggling to make ends meet and keep a roof over their heads. Approximately 50% of renters statewide spend more than 30% of their income on housing, a benchmark conventionally used to indicate that a tenant is cost burdened. Since 2015, just 10 Connecticut municipalities have been home to 40% of total housing construction in the state. These cities and towns are doing their part to accommodate the housing growth that Connecticut needs. And the creation of the Housing Growth Fund in SB6 would incentivize these communities to go further and encourage other towns to join the critical effort to build the homes that Connecticut's future depends on. Without new housing, our state's economy, workforce, and families will continue to suffer from high prices and lagging job growth. Importantly, the Housing Growth Fund in SB6 would especially reward towns for creating the type of housing Connecticut most needs: affordable housing, mixed use and mixed income development, and development near transit. Overall, the establishment of a housing growth fund would represent a smart, common sense step forward in Connecticut housing policy. Rewarding and incentivizing towns that build housing will encourage continued growth, particularly in lower income municipalities that benefit from both a growing tax base and additional state funding. As we discussed in this committee's public hearing last week, we also support the provisions of SB6 that expand the jurisdiction of public housing authorities, allowing them to create more housing stock that the state desperately needs. Many public housing authorities, as Dr. Boyce Walton before me explained, are skilled, knowledgeable, and experienced when it comes to effectively developing appropriate housing in concert with communities in order to meet housing needs. In addition, the provisions in this bill will promote regional mobility for housing choice voucher holders. And overall, this policy will build desperately needed affordable housing and increase economic and social mobility in our state. CT Voices also supports the aspects of SB6 that strengthen the state's rental assistance program and promote housing choice for certificate holders and housing voucher holders. It is important to ensure that the funds provided for rental assistance and voucher programs are sufficient for families to secure safe, healthy, and affordable housing in their neighborhood of choice without fear of displacement. And additionally, regarding the bill's funding for housing and homelessness services, because of the growing affordable housing crisis in our state that's increasing homelessness and housing instability, we support the provisions that allocate funding for the assessment of maximum rent amounts, for housing support, and the rental assistance program. We respectfully urge the committee to consider increasing the proposed funding for the homeless response system from 18 million to 20 million to allow for more funding to be dedicated to cold weather emergency response, to strengthen shelter and outreach, and to sustain the coordinated access network hubs, and to invest in a flexible funding subsidy pool. Overall, because of our state's severe housing crisis, CT Voices supports SB6 and the provisions I've highlighted, which together will increase the availability of affordable housing in Connecticut and benefit thousands of families across our state. In addition to supporting SB6, CT Voices also supports HB 5334.
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Yes, we support HB 5334, which will study residential mobility counseling programs, and we also support HB 5336, which will implement several important recommendations from the Connecticut Housing and Segregation Study, including about equalizing state housing assistance payments and requiring additional housing inspections. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and happy to answer any questions.
Eli, thank you. I think you were going kind of fast there. The last two things that you said you supported were what bills?
Yes, sorry about that. 5334 and 5336.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
First Selectman Scott Olson from the town of Goshen.
Thank you very much, Scott Olson of Goshen. Just as a matter of correction, I am a selectman on a panel of 3. I am not the first selectman in our town. However, it is a privilege to be able to testify here today at this House committee. Now, here we are yet again gathered to continue discussion that further surrounds affordable housing and Hartford's seemingly unquenchable thirst to continue to implement more and more affordable housing throughout the state. What I find refreshing here today is that for the first time, I'm hearing some very sincere, open dialogue about the fact that 830G may not necessarily be working as the legislation had been intended to. It's clear that it really has not gone to the way of making housing more affordable. But moreover, what's really refreshing is to finally hear some sincere dialogue about how it is that we can finally start to look at towns that are considered watershed towns in Connecticut. Part of what has failed 830G in this regard is the fact that these mandates that have come out of Hartford are more or less blanket mandates, and they really treat every town and municipality in this state the same. And the reality is that there is such a vast difference amongst the different communities and towns and municipalities in Connecticut. And what my intention here today is to do is to represent the interest of the people of my town here in Goshen. And I feel as though I can speak at least in part for other small watershed towns like Goshen. It is so important to take into consideration that Goshen is a town that is an elevated town. Amongst the others, we are very much a watershed town. The mandates that have been put onto all towns, including Goshen through 830G, in our case, we feel is extremely unrealistic. It sets our town up to fail despite good faith efforts that we have made. We just don't have here in Goshen the infrastructure to support this kind of a mandate. We don't have public water. We don't have public sewers. We don't have sidewalks, never mind a public transportation system. And so when you look at how it is that we're going to go forward and what is it we are going to do, not only as a committee here, but as a state in general, is to finally see that we are going to take some true appreciation into consideration for these watershed towns are
Time has
refreshing.
expired. Can you please summarize?
Sure. So, my support today is to encourage the further exploration of how it is that we're going to put these mandates and apply them specifically to watershed towns, especially the smaller rural agricultural towns like Goshen, and how it is that we're going to be applying the new rules and the regulations to the towns such as Goshen that are watershed towns. And that's really where I wanted to be heard today. Thank you so much for your indulgence. I know that I had missed my initial cue early on, and I appreciate the committee allowing me back in to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. You've had a couple of people from Goshen come on and give their testimony. So we're trying to hear everyone, as many as we can. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Next is Raphael Podolsky.
Thank you very much, Senator Moore and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm an attorney with Connecticut Legal Services. I'm here on behalf of the tenant communities that we represent. I filed testimony on a number of bills before the committee today, actually, and I think there's still 3 bills I owe you testimony on that I will file late. I want to just speak briefly to a couple of those bills here right now. First of all, in regard to Senate Bill 6, we generally support the bill. There is it's omnibus. It covers a whole wide range of territories. We do not support Section 10, which is the same as Senate Bill 268, and I'll say something about that. That is the bill that creates a study on advance rental payments. I think it's important for you to understand that it's not going to have that bill is very different from what it's described as doing. First of all, it's important to understand clearly an advance rental payment is a security deposit by law. We are pretty generous in allowing security deposits up to 2 months, 1 month for seniors, but 2 months for everybody else. For a tenant's point of view, that means if you're going to move in somewhere, you actually need 3 months of rent because you got to pay the first month's rent as well as the 2-month security deposit. When you allow, we've many times in the past rejected either both 3-month security and unlimited security. When you go to high security deposit numbers, what happens in reality is not that you help poor people who don't have enough money to come up with a security deposit, because the deposit has now become much higher, is you apply it in a way in which you can essentially use unlimited discretion to turn people down. You have a 3 or 4 month security deposit. You can turn down any applicant, no matter why. You can do it for a legally illegitimate ground, like race or gender or nationality or religion. But when you get a tenant that you like, you just say, all right, I'll waive it. 2 months will be good enough. It's actually a problem sometimes with the 2 month maximum, but it's less of a problem. As you go higher and higher, it becomes a bigger problem. We think the underlying proposal is very undesirable. And as a result, we're not really in favor of doing a study on it. So that, the last things I want to speak to is that I guess I want to say something about 8-30G, because it's popped up in a number of bills. And I think it's important for the committee to recognize that it has been an extremely beneficial statute in our judgment, and that it is also critical to other kinds of zoning laws that we support, that are coming up, that have come up. 8-30G is unique, I think, in zoning area, because it's a remedy that's designed to produce housing. It's not a planning document. Planning is certainly relevant, but it's not a theoretical generating of a greater likelihood that perhaps someone will build something. You can't use 8-30G as a builder unless you actually have a proposal to build something. So the result is, if you do, there's a much greater chance it's going to get built. It also,
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Okay. I guess it's, I just want to, I would say, let me give you some 3 bill numbers. House Bill 5333, 5335, and 5337, all in one way or another touch on 8-30G. We think that the way those bills do it is not appropriate. It doesn't make the bill bad. The bill itself may be fine, but it does impact, it does lead us to ask that you make adjustments in some of those bills. I'm happy to answer any questions I can. Thank you very much for your time.
Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rafi, thank you for coming on here and talking. We've had many conversations about a lot of these topics already. I'm just trying to scroll to the SB 6 Section 10. The intent of Section 10 of SB 6, which is the study of advanced rental payments, is to split the concept of security deposit and paying rent. Because right now, the way the statute reads, we believe that is the same. There's no determining factor between the two. So the idea is to study it to understand, how can we change if somebody wants to make 6 months payment, because they can pay 6 months. They can actually pay that as rental payment, not a security deposit, as paying rent for 6 months. We want to give that tenant the ability to do so. Right now, it's not. It is not possible based on the way the statutes are written. The idea is we want to be able to try to do that for this reason. There are some of those who have bad credit, maybe bad history of many different things. If they can get that place because they're paying 6 months, and the landlord's like, hey, okay, you're putting up a lot of collateral money up front up here. I'd be more willing to rent you. If not, your background might not be good enough to give that rental to somebody. So we're giving people who might be at the fringes of getting rental, give them that chance by, if they have the dollars to be able to pay up front, to do so. So that's what I think the idea is. So if that is the trace, and maybe you misrepresented, if not, then you're still against it. I'm just curious if that is the way about splitting up the housing rental payments and paying in a security deposit, splitting it separate. Would you be supportive of it that way?
I think the answer to that question is no. And maybe I'm not understanding the bill. But if a landlord can say to, as you're saying that a landlord, as you understand the bill, the landlord is prohibited from asking for more than 2 months. But the tenant, if they choose voluntarily to come to a landlord and say, I want to give you more money, please take my money, the landlord would be allowed to accept it. I just want to make sure that's what you're saying is what the bill is about. Because I'm understanding the bill to say that a landlord can say, I will not rent to you unless you give me 4 months of security up front. You don't think that's what the bill says?
Well, firstly, it's a study. So the bill doesn't say anything. So it would be studying.
Yeah,
So that's number one.
That's legitimate.
Secondly, I would say, no, that's not the intent. And again, we did not write SB 6. It's SB 6 here, and I'm still trying to, there's a lot of sections in it. I'm on like 700 here. The idea is no. So the idea is
separating what a security deposit, which capped at 2, fine, keep that way. I don't think anyone's changing, allowing security deposits to get more than what it is already currently, but gives the option to the tenant to be able to put up more of a rental payment, not security deposit, and do that separately. It's on their option. It's not a mandate. It's not, but it might give those people who are on the fringe who are not able to maybe get chosen to be rented. If there's 20 people applying for this one rental unit, it gives them the opportunity. So that's my intention. Again, that's the intention. But again, the study will kind of hash through that.
Okay, I guess I would only say that in terms of the proposal, and you're right, I'm not now speaking to the study, but to the underlying proposal. I don't think that first of all, I don't know there's any way to say that, because there is no difference. For example, paying a month's security and the last month's rent up front is no different than paying a 2-month security. And so the law treats them the same way. The fact that, in a sense, the landlord's holding that last month until the last month, that fits into the 2-month structure. So you're talking about a different structure in which you're saying you're going to go ahead and pay advance. So it's not clear to me what would keep a landlord from saying fairly routinely, what I want from you is a 2-month security deposit, and I want a month of advance payment, let's say for the 3rd month's rent, because I don't think you're going to be a reliable rent payer. Setting aside the motivation, I don't understand how that's different from a 3-month security deposit. And if the tenant said, if the landlord wants the request to come from the tenant, all he has to say is, look, I'm not going to rent to you unless you tell me that you're willing to give me 3 months. And so the tenant says, okay, I'll give you 3 months. All right. Again, it's not different in any way. And there's nothing that I know of. Again, certainly it's worth exploring. If there's a study, it's worth exploring. But how you would distinguish those from each other, or how you would keep a landlord from making it routine to ask everybody for 2-month security and 1-month advance rent. And I understand you're saying that's not your intention. You want that extra period to be for very specific subcategory of tenants. I have real doubts that there's any way to keep it like that. And it sounds to me the same as an unlimited security deposit. And maybe that's not the intent.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that it is a study. And I'm leaning toward Representative Scott's understanding of what we're writing, but it will be a study, and we'll see what comes out of it. But I'm going to have that discussion again to make sure that we're on the side of understanding it the way we do. Thank you. I don't see any other questions for you.
Okay,
Thank you, dear.
Thank you very much.
Barry Mickelson.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much. I want to thank you for holding these hearings. And a few comments I'd like to make. One is the housing problem is a lot greater than just providing individual housing units. It's part of a comprehensive problem that really has to be addressed in a more comprehensive way. Any of these are just Band-Aid approaches. I've been a planner for all of my professional life. I started my career working in the Ocean Hill-Brownsville section of Brooklyn, and I'm well acquainted with the problems of affordable housing and non-affordable housing. The desegregate crowd and group, indicates that they feel that zoning is exclusionary. I've been to hundreds and hundreds of zoning meetings in Fairfield County, and I have never seen anything that was even remotely discriminatory. Decisions are generally based on sound practices of reasonable land use planning. As far as the programs that are being approached, and as I mentioned before, we need a comprehensive planning. Our economy here is flat. Our unemployment rate is 3.5%. We need jobs here. I'm in Stanford. We are losing valuable industrial and commercial space for housing. And as we build more housing, we're finding the housing prices don't go down, but the base rents of houses of the housing that we're building is going up. So what are we actually doing? And we have a BMR where we subsidize lower cost housing that are below market. So what are we doing? We're actually exacerbating the problem because our rents are going up higher. So these are not the solutions or the panacea. The other thing I have to say here, and I'm being very brief, and I know my points, is respect. There are a lot of folks here who have to pay for these subsidies. We pay through high taxes. And we see continually a real division growing because people are just being taxed out of the state. And we have to have respect for people who came to Connecticut for a particular way of life. Yes, we will always need and always have to support a housing safety net, but there has to be some respect for the folks who live here, who pay the bills here, who pay the taxes here. Well, people who love the state and don't want to be taxed out or pushed out of the state as well. Planning, good planning, it's a balancing act of many, many different components, not one necessarily pitted against the other. And we shouldn't be pitted against one another like we're being with some of these acts now. The idea, and I've been here before these committees before, that we sublimate our local control for some Hartford effort or some other effort is not acceptable. And it's really, as I said, it's doing more destruction and dividing the state in a horrible, horrible way. There are states that are growing, and we should be emulating and looking and see what they've done. Little state like Idaho is growing leaps and bounds. Why are we stagnant? Do we ever look? By providing more opportunities here and getting jobs here, we might be able to decrease the amount of housing problems that we do have. As I said, we'll always need a safety net, but it doesn't seem that we're really
Your
solving.
time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Yes, because we continue to have more and more folks that need housing and housing subsidy. So we're really not solving the problem. Matter of fact, the problem is remaining flat and our economy is flat. We've really got to figure out a way to grow out of this and do more comprehensive planning and not put Band-Aids on this problem. I want to thank you very much for your time. If anyone has any questions, I said I've been doing this for about 50 years now. I know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. And you talked about our economy being flat, the prices, rental prices going up, our housing stock being flat, and also I don't think you mentioned our population, but at any rate, in your opinion, you talk about we have to pull out of this and we have to fix this. What, in your opinion, who is best to create the policy or create the, to fix the situation? And I guess it's a complicated, there's many different factors involved, but who is best suited to making some of these corrections to get us back on track, if I heard you correctly? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question because I've given it a lot of thought. We recently did a housing study here, and we look at people from our own Stanford Neighborhoods Coalition. And one of the points I constantly heard, especially from lower income folks of color, they said they want opportunities to buy. They want to be able to be part of the American dream. They want generational wealth. But we have older neighborhoods. And yes, it may not be as glitzy as putting up high rises or new things, but allowing people to get into those homes, just like the generation who came out of World War II, let them invest in a property, a two-family house, and let them rent out part of it, earn some equity in a home, being able to migrate out and small steps. But we have a lot of older neighborhoods. We don't properly provide the impetus or the support or the loan kind of programs to help people get those houses into shape and so they're livable. We let these houses decay, then we come in and we bulldoze them. And the irony of the whole thing is we're not even, when we build these new housing, we're not even accommodating the people who are being displaced. As it's a complex problem, but we really, I think part of our key is some of these older neighborhoods where there is housing and help folks get it back on track again, being able to rent it out, let them build equity, and also providing jobs. We're losing a lot of commercial space, especially here in Fairfield. I mean, we're talking about going into corporate parks and building all kinds of numbers of units. And they're not people from Connecticut that are coming in here. We're not satisfying our own housing problem. We're satisfying others as people try to flee from New York. But we've got to create an oasis that works for Connecticut, where we become an economy onto our own. Where I don't see any jobs coming into Connecticut here. We've had a few here, but certainly not near where we need it. Our economy is basically, as I said before, it's flat. When you look at what's going on in some of our other states, we're not
Sir, we're
doing
gonna
something right.
take a
We've
little
got to
away from
invest.
the basis of Representative Weir's question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for that little bit of insight. I know it's not going to be solved here, but I appreciate the input of one or a few of the factors. So I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. But we got to look at some of our own neighborhoods. And it's not as sexy, but you know, it's a start. And that's the way we kind of to start pulling ourselves up. These large housing complexes, nobody really wants them.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Next, we have number 45, Catherine Braun.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Floor is yours.
Great. I'm in my car, but I'm not moving. So I just wanted to say that I adopt and endorse the things a lot of my predecessors have said, Senator Thwang and Senator Fazio, their discussion of 8-30G. I'm here basically to support the study committee, the study bill HB 5333, oppose HB 5335 and SB 6. But in general, I have a couple of general themes that really go through any of the housing bills, which I just want to point out. Just so you know, I'm a zoning commissioner in Fairfield. I speak on my own behalf. I'm also a lawyer. I've represented environmental interests at the local grassroots level for about the last 24 years at public hearings, wetland zoning, DEP, et cetera, and in court as well. I've been studying 8-30G. I read Terry Tondro's law review article about the inception. He was on the Blue Ribbon Commission of 8-30G, and I recommend everyone read that article. It gives a very good overview of why it was drafted the way it was. So just briefly, I submitted written testimony. I'll rely on that for everything but the 5333, the study that's being done, because I have a lot of detail about 8-30G that I would like to impart to you. So I've been working with it both as a private litigant and then on the zoning commission. It impacts our ability to preserve open space. It basically eviscerates anything a zoning commission can do in a number of ways. First, it prevents us from using our own zoning regulations. Towns have the ability to preserve natural resources, historic areas, historic resources, whether they're in the historic district or not. Open space that's not wetland, that's not protected as class 1 or class 2 water company land. Those are protected by zoning rules. I don't know of any other rule that really protects them. So when you have a law that does not let the zoning commission act as it normally does, it puts all of that in jeopardy. Aside from us not being able to follow our own regulations, it also shifts the burden of proof when it goes up on appeal. So if we decide to deny an 8-30G on appeal, I haven't found one. If somebody knows of one, if some lawyer knows of one, let me know. I have not found any other administrative agency appeal to the court where the burden of proof is shifted to the agency to defend its opinion. In every other instance, if you lose before an agency, you have the burden of proving that the agency abused its very broad discretion. So first, the discretion is narrowed to ignore our zoning regulations. Also, we must have positive evidence in the record of some sort of harm. And generally that has to be provided by experts. And then even if we have the harm in the record, it has to supersede the need for affordable housing. That's kind of an amorphous concept. And all these things combined make it almost impossible for a commission to be upheld on appeal. It doesn't happen very often. I think I've read statistics about 70 to 75% of any appeal of a zoning denial or modification of an 8-30G application.
Your time has
is
expired.
reversed.
Can you please summarize?
Okay, so that's the biggest issue I have, and that affects our ability to preserve open space, farmland, water company land, coastal areas that are subject to losing tidal estuaries. For that purpose alone, I support the study. I want it to be broad-based, have a diversity of opinion and expertise going into it. Really, everyone in Connecticut should be able to weigh in on the study, and I hope it can be implemented. Changes can be implemented very shortly after the study is done. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Braun. You know, you just said you wish that everybody could weigh in. on the study. I don't think that's going to happen, but maybe there'll be an open comment period. You know, that would be,
That'd be great.
might be helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Next is Sylvia Navarez. Catherine Day, I'm sorry, Kelly Ann Day.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Kelly Ann Day, and I'm the CEO of New Reach, and I live and work in New Haven. New Reach has a 34-year history of providing shelter and housing to people experiencing homelessness, and I'm here to support SB 6 and HB 5332. I've submitted written testimony with the details of both bills and why they are critical to the state at this time. But I'd like to tell you why our homeless system needs this annualized funding right now. When I started working in New Haven 29 years ago, we had one intervention for people who were experiencing homelessness: emergency shelter, hots and cots. We didn't have supportive housing, rapid rehousing, or diversion. Those are interventions that the nonprofits across the state of Connecticut have implemented over the past 25 years. Groups of advocates and nonprofits collaborated with the state to pilot and implement supportive housing in the early 2000s. We had champions like Barbara Geller at Demas, Lucy McKinney in Fairfield County, and Janice Elliott at the Corporation for Supportive Housing, urging us to create solutions. And we did. We created thousands of units of supportive housing for our most vulnerable citizens. And we continue to bring in millions of federal dollars to support and grow those programs. So then there were two interventions, but many people experiencing homelessness will not be able to access supportive housing. Rapid rehousing was created, and many agencies with the support of the state piloted support and housing assistance to those who needed temporary support to move out of homelessness. Again, this worked. And again, we have collectively brought in millions of federal dollars for rapid rehousing. Diversion from shelter, outreach, engagement, clinical services have been added to our interventions for people struggling with unstable housing. We were asked to create a collaborative coordinated entry system, the Coordinated Access Network, AKA the CAN. Again, the nonprofits worked together to ensure that our residents had access to the interventions available. That's all the good news. Now for the sad news. We don't have enough affordable housing for the people who are asking for it. We don't have enough affordable rental units. Rents are high, inflation is high. More Connecticut residents are falling behind and falling into our crisis system. Homelessness is increasing due to these factors. Our shelters have not expanded to meet these needs. In fact, our shelters are not fully funded by the state. We rely on the private sector for almost 50% of our operating costs. While many other areas are being indexed for inflation and minimum wage, our contracts with the state have not. We, the nonprofit housing and shelter providers, have stood up programs and coordinated systems, and we have brought in millions of federal dollars. What we're now requesting is that the state invests in the parts of our system that the federal government will not pay for: shelter, cold weather funding, coordinated access, flexibility in funding. So I respectfully ask the state to continue to partner with us and support SB 6 and HB 5332 to create an interagency council so we can truly address these needs once and for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do. I've not heard of New Reach before. You're located in New Haven?
We operate in Greater New Haven and Greater Bridgeport.
Thank you. I see no questions for you.
Thank
Next
you.
is Daniel Lent.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Daniel.
Hi, this is Dan Lent from Easton. I'm speaking regarding HB 5333 and the study regarding the affordable housing appeal process. I just want to speak briefly to the very narrow issue regarding drinking water, and specifically the AA class drinking water that the town of Easton provides. All the land in Connecticut is watershed land, but not all of because that's just land where, for example, it rains and the water filters through. But Easton is different because we supply class AA drinking water and aquifers to the other towns such as Bridgeport. So I encourage you to look at the DEP website. They have a map, and it shows the very few places in Connecticut where the water supply comes from. And for example, if you compare it to Bridgeport, the water quality is very low due to the high density. So I encourage you to, get DEEP officials involved in this study. There's a thing called watershed management that they engage in. There's a 2019 Mill Plain watershed study that covers Easton and Bridgeport that you should be aware of. And it goes into, the pollution problems that we already have based on E. coli, fecal coliform, other pollutants. So even though we're providing the water now, I just want the committee to be aware that there are problems currently with pollution. And so the other issue that I want to just briefly touch on is the sewage issue. I was on Senator Cohen's sewage working group for the Economic Development Committee. My background is I'm an attorney and I'm a scientist, and I was also on our town's Conservation Commission and Wetlands Agency. So I went to the training on that. I've been involved in a lot of lawsuits in Connecticut regarding wetlands and regarding Clean Water Act and citizen suits. So anyway, my suggestion is for the narrow group of water supply towns that you increase the threshold for overturning the decisions of the town conservation commissions acting as the Inland Wetlands Agency. You just heard Attorney Braun talk about how in administrative law, usually the burden of proof doesn't shift to the agency the way it does. So I would just implore you in this very narrow water supply issue to make it harder to overturn the local decisions of the inland wetlands agencies, for example. I'm happy to take any questions. I know.
And you
Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your comments. I see no questions for you. Thank you, sir. Diane Lauricella.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Philippe, ranking members, and honored members of this committee that has a yeoman's job in trying to ensure we have safe, affordable housing in this state. My name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk, and I must say I'm a senior, a young senior, and I fear because of circumstance that currently I'm unstably housed, and I get involved in local land use decision making as well as representing different constituents and neighborhoods. I'm an environmental consultant. So I first just wanted to say I absolutely uphold any section of SB 6 that talks about using conversion of unused commercial spaces into housing possibilities like many other states are doing, as long as that commercial facility is safe and free of contaminants. We know I don't think we should continue to use industrial zones, which are very precious as far as workforce and clean industry for housing. We should use those commercial strip malls and other things related to make sure. I did want to also say in SB 268, I very much oppose the way it's written, the pay ahead requirements. And I did hear one of your members talk about why it was written. However, I still think that some landowners would take advantage and charge. I think there needs to be a maximum number of months of prior pay ahead requirements. Otherwise, it will absolutely get rid of folks. I do believe we also need, I think it's 5337 to expand a housing growth fund. I don't remember if that's the actual number, but we should have a housing bank like we now have the Green Bank, so that we could create money, making money from clean and green investments. then we would have money to incentivize and reward development community and municipalities and housing authorities to expand. But lastly, I just wanted to wrap up with the issue of 830G. Because I'm an environmental consultant, I'm a past president, founding president of a watershed association and a land trust board member for 13 years. I don't want to see those who oppose affordable housing, especially in the smaller towns that don't meet the 10%, unlike my city of Norwalk. Please do not use environmental resources as the new excuse to stop smaller towns and smaller cities from making sure they have clean and safe housing. What I mean by this is the following. I do appreciate my predecessor talking about the difference between watershed versus those towns that have.
Your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Yes, I will. And if anyone wants to ask me a question to expand this important point, and that is, drinking water sources are precious, and if they're destroyed, it's very hard to renovate them. But there are very few cities and towns that have that kind of what Easton is currently telling you about, and it's important that they be noted. I just think that there are currently enough environmental laws, stormwater laws, and that I'm also a member of Connecticut Green Building Council. There are many green building measures, low impact development measures that will obviate any of the environmental harms that the opponents keep bringing up year after year as far as why we cannot make sure we have more affordable housing. And please look at the wonderful book, The Color of Law. One of my predecessors talked
I'm
about.
going to have to ask you to wrap
Okay.
up.
Okay, A Color of Law, there is red zones in Connecticut and even in Norwalk. They are historic. So let's be real and honest about that. Thank you very much for all the work you do.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions for you.
Okay, thank
Next
you.
is Morgan Miller. Catherine Joyce. Janice Minor. Janice.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, Senator Moore and esteemed members of the Housing Committee. I'd like to thank you for letting me testify today on some of the housing bills that we are speaking about. And I just wanted to let you all know that I do have over 35 years experience in the state of Connecticut in all things housing in the industry. Great pleasure of being a tenant, a single mom, struggling to pay bills, understanding that, a manager, working with management companies, developing policies and procedures meant to, be balanced in what we do with our requests, our tenants and residents to do in our business model. Had a great experience working with many developers and investors on affordable housing, 8-30G. But I'm here today representing Connecticut Apartment Association, which has 68,000 units in membership. And, we want to support Senate Bill 6 with some amendments. And I greatly appreciate the intent of the bill to increase access to more production of affordable housing and support many of its provisions. However, we are strongly urging that the committee understand the conveyance taxes in Section 6. As written in the bill, will not only penalize the bad actors that it's intended to do, but it will give the good actors in the state a very hard time and it create investment barriers for good intentioned investors to purchase, to acquire. And this will destroy our ability to continue providing the much needed housing stock meant to give the residents of the state the solid housing choices. And again, it will ultimately, it's a cause and effect, right? It will penalize the residents, and we all that are dear in this industry don't want that to be the case. We want everything we do to be balanced, to respect the business model as it has to be to sustain over time, and to allow us to give proper housing and affordable housing to all the residents of this state. We are urging the committee to remove the 50 affordable housing unit minimum eligibility. This is in section 7 and 8 requirement to take advantage of proposed tax incentives. This will definitely become a huge barrier to creating affordable housing, as most developers and investors, and I've worked with so many during the past several years, large and small investors, that, you know, it comes down to, can they afford to do it? Is it economically feasible? And by creating an incentive based on 50 affordable units, that's meant for a very large developer who has a lot of money to deploy. And I want to point out that we will also be penalizing our renters in this state that need affordable housing, because many developers and investors won't be able to afford that maximum. You know, we are asking that we consider not having that. I mean, what we want is to have them build as many affordable housing units as possible, and putting that type of restriction on will
Your time has
definitely.
expired. Can you
Okay.
please summarize?
Yep, I also am supportive of tax credit vouchers for commercial housing. And I do understand the study committees, and I do reinforce that I'm a fan of the study committees. And I'm looking forward to the study committees being balanced on the business and the residents, so that we understand the cause and effect. For example, the study requiring short-term rentals on housing market. I think from my experience, it's also a bridge to many residents who are renting and need short-term so that they can remodel a home that's been burnt, or buy a new home. So there are benefits that we need to dig in and uncover to make it a viable bill for all of us. And I really thank you for all your time allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you, Janice. Janice, is your testimony in writing? Because I want to go back and look at it regarding.
It is not submitted in writing. I can send it to you if you would like.
Be helpful. Can you send it to the clerk?
Yep, will do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We do have Representative Ware would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
Not a question, Janice. Good to see you. I make just an observation that with your experience and expertise, it sounded like I heard a volunteer for one of those study committees. So maybe we could put that on the list,
Absolutely.
to
I would
add
love
to the
it.
list
I would
and
love it.
Nominate you.
Yes,
You
please
were
do.
like a cheerleader on screen. You know.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
I love this. I love it all. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is Elizabeth Lane. Jeff Shaw.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, and distinguished members of the Housing Committee. My name is Jeff Shaw. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at the Connecticut Nonprofit Alliance. The Alliance is the statewide association for community nonprofits. Community nonprofits provide essential services in every city and town in Connecticut, serving 500,000 people in need and employing 118,000 people across the state. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 5332, an act establishing the Interagency Council on Homelessness. The Alliance supports the establishment of a permanent Interagency Council on Homelessness. The Alliance is encouraged by the recent attention toward addressing the unfortunate rise in homelessness in Connecticut. Last month, you all heard from housing advocates reporting Connecticut is experiencing a rise in the rate of homelessness. Since 2021, the number of people experiencing homelessness has increased by 14%. Further, as of a few weeks ago, more than 1,000 people were found to be sleeping outdoors, up about 75 people just 2 weeks prior, with many turned away due to lack of capacity in shelters. Without question, homelessness is a worsening problem that needs ongoing coordination. The proposed bill represents the promise of a permanent, coordinated approach to ending homelessness through collaboration across state agencies. In January, the governor announced through executive order the creation of an Interagency Council on Homelessness. The council offered a multi-agency approach to strengthen the state's homelessness prevention and response efforts. We applaud the governor and state officials appointed to serve on the panel for recognizing the need for the council, as well as the legislature seeking to make it permanent. The Connecticut Homeless Response System, run by nonprofits, needs a permanent commitment to fund cold weather services. Unfortunately, the state continues to provide one-time funding for these services. The proposed bill would make this council permanent with a quarterly meeting cadence, and we remain hopeful funding to support prevention and response would be made permanent through the council's work. We also recommend the committee add language creating additional appointments to the council for nonprofit providers and or people who have experienced homelessness. Both voices would bring valuable information and perspective to the council deliberations. We do understand the commissioner of the Department of Housing is forming an advisory committee with the intention of including nonprofit providers and people who have experienced homelessness. While we do support that effort, we would prefer nonprofit providers and people who have experienced homelessness have a permanent seat on the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Jeff. We need to think about who's a member of that. Appreciate it. Thank you. But next is Sean Gio.
Good afternoon, Senator Moore, distinguished members of the committee. My name's Sean Gio. I'm Policy Director of Partnership for Strong Communities and Affordable Housing Advocacy Organization based here in Hartford. I'm here today to testify in support of SB 6. But first, I'd just like to, there's been a lot of conversation around Section 8-30G, the Affordable Housing Appeals Act today. And one point I'd like to make is just to remind folks that that law is related to zoning regulations only, not inland wetlands or public health code or building code or anything else. It's related only to zoning regulations. So I just want to make that point. I'm here to support particularly, we've submitted written testimony on several bills, but I'm here to support particularly the creation of the Housing Growth Fund, which is section 1 through 4 of the bill. And we've heard many times over the years, municipalities have asked for incentives to be persuaded to allow the homes in their communities that our families need. And the Housing Growth Fund really is the best example of this I think I've seen so far. It is just such an incentive. And it allows flexibility in the use of funds that the towns would be rewarded in a manner that the municipality chooses. We know that we need a lot more homes in this state. We have about 119,000 renter households that spend more than half their income on housing. There's about that number, slightly less, of homeowners that are spending that much, more than half their income on housing as well. What's great about the Housing Growth Fund is it's especially targeted to reward communities for creating the type of housing that is affordable to our lowest income households, those making 30% of an area median income or less. And it's an equal opportunity fund, meaning that all Connecticut municipalities have a reasonable ability to access the funds. And there's substantial evidence that creating more housing supply will slow rent growth in the regions where housing is developed. As more people move to Connecticut in search of good jobs, strong communities, and high quality public education, the state must increase its housing supply to ensure that our economic growth does not stagnate in the face of sharply rising housing costs. I ask that you include the Housing Growth Fund in your passage of SB 6. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any questions for you, but I do want to say this. I do appreciate the information that you've provided in other places. And I actually responded last week to Senator Sampson's questions of me while we were doing some other bills on where did I get my information from? And it was from your organization. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And we're happy to play that role and happy to answer any questions or send folks to other resources we're aware of.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Any questions? Have a good day.
Thank you.
Kirk Carr.
Senator Moore, Representative Felipe, Senator Sampson, Representative Scott, members of the Housing Committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Kirk Carr of Ridgefield, Connecticut. I'm hereby submitting testimony in opposition to SB 6 and Act Concerning Housing. SB 6 is actually over 6 proposals wrapped in one bill that is duplicative of SB 207 and Act Concerning Housing Authority Jurisdiction, which was the subject of a public hearing on February 27th, 2024, and other proposals, each of which is fatally flawed. One, sections 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are new, establish a $50 million housing growth fund. It proposes to distribute these funds to municipalities based on a very complicated formula that requires all 169 towns to jump through hoops to provide information to help develop each town's housing growth score. But only towns with poverty rates above the state's poverty rate, of which there are 27, or accounting for 2% or more of the previous year's housing starts, of which there are 13, are eligible for a net of 38 towns. Then to be eligible, 10% of those housing permits must be deeply affordable housing, for which qualified households must earn 30% or less of the state median income, and rents are 30% or less of that income. In other words, a very few and unknown number of towns would even qualify, yet all towns are burdened with feeding the cumbersome data collection to this process. Daniel O'Keefe, Commissioner designated the Department of Economic and Community Development, testimony in opposition merits emphasis. Quote, the Housing Growth Fund in Section 2 is not funded in the governor's budget, and DECD does not have available appropriations to allocate $50 million a year to this new initiative. In addition, we do not have the staff capacity to stand up this new program, and doing so would require additional funding in the budget for staff, end quote. The $50 million in grants appears to come with no strings attached to be deposited in qualifying towns' general funds for unspecified purposes. 2, Section 5, new, is duplicative of SB 270 and provides tax incentives for owners of commercial properties to convert them to residential. This is fiscally unsound objective. Farmland Trust has demonstrated that residential property taxes generally do not cover the cost of municipal services. Those services can cost between 5 and 30% more than the residential tax revenue, while commercial property taxes are 2 to 3 times the cost of municipal services delivered. These conversions are a very bad trade-off for municipalities. 3, Section 6 increases conveyance taxes on sellers' property. How this improves housing affordability can't be explained because it will surely have the opposite effect. 4, Section 7 and 8 are basically a sales tax provision that allocates
Your
some
time
sales
has
tax
expired.
proceeds.
Can you please summarize?
I don't think I can, but if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to provide additional information.
I don't have any questions for you, but I want to tell you how much I appreciate you reviewing the bill thoroughly. Is there anything you'd like to say that you can summarize? Anything?
Yeah, I was almost finished, but 4th, Section 7 and 8 are basically sales tax and really belongs in the Finance and Revenue Bonding Committee, not in the Housing Committee. Section 12 is duplicative of 207, which has had its public hearing last week, enables housing authorities to extend their areas of operation to municipalities, making them essentially non-resident landlords in the expanded area of operation. Local housing authorities are organized to serve the needs of low-income and indigent residents of the municipality, and are generally appointed by the local governing body, such as the Board of Selectmen, which in turn is accountable to the voters of the town. Housing authority boards are generally local citizens, volunteers with ties to the local town and subject to the approbation and esteem of their neighbors. A housing authority that interlopes.
I just wanted to get somewhat of a summary.
Okay.
But I really do appreciate the summary that you've given us. And I want to let you know that anything that has to do with appropriations of funds has to be referred to the Appropriations Committee. We don't make that decision here. And anything on the taxes, you're right, has to go to Revenue, Finance, and Bonding for review. And anything that has to do with planning and development would go there also. So you're right on. And thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I will be submitting the entire testimony in writing.
Thank you. Next is Dawana Beausoleil, Sarah Fox, Alex Harrison, Pete Myers, Daniel Lax, Daniel.
Yes. Hi, Madam Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to appear and everyone on the Housing Committee. I know it's short and brief, so I just want to come out right away and say I am in support of SB 268. I think it's important to look at that. I've been a housing provider for 20 years in the state of Connecticut in different levels. And there are many times where people who know they have credit issues and other issues that they wouldn't really make it want to advance monies to show that they can do it, of which they can move forward from there on in. And I think this study would be a very important study to unshackle the landlords who want to be flexible in this area. So I think this is a very important bill to come forward. I'm trying to be in support of Bill 5336. However, the language has issues such as fair share. These bills come in with different languages that are hard to digest. We do have a housing crisis, and the focus I want to focus on is, in particular, I don't like to call it mental illness, but we do have an alarming proportion of our population that is on the spectrum of autism, and a lot of families, and I know a lot of families are burdened financially. Their heart is in the right place, but they're not doctors. And I really would like to support 5336. And I really want to take a focus on the future of what these families are going to do. We want to keep everyone in their homes. We want the children and the adults who are on the spectrum to be on their own. But the state needs to look at it. And this is not just an area of low income and poverty in different towns. This is a blanket all over the state. And I really wish this committee would really take a look and really focus on that aspect, because it is alarming and it is growing. And we all want to do something, and something needs to be done. I know my time is short, but I am coming out against SB 6. I'm going to be brief in why I'm coming out on it. The housing committee, the problems that we have in housing when homelessness didn't happen yesterday. The problems are not just housing, but they have to do with our currency. We have a problem in this country where everything is no longer affordable, and it could mean not only just housing. So housing providers are also in the same basket, where our cost of running and managing properties is so expensive. But the problem is the housing committee over the last decades keeps layering it like a layer cake and want more enforcement. You just had the mayor of New Haven come out and say we want more power over the landlords. There are enough laws on the books to grant enough powers to literally put us all in prison for no reason. We need to come up with incentives.
Your time has expired. Can you please?
I'll be real brief. SB 6 comes out with conveyance taxes, and then it gives you tax credits. There's no benefit for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you. Kelly DeMattia.
Hi, thank you, Senator Moore and members of the Housing Committee. My name is Kelly DeMattia. I'm the current president of the Connecticut Apartment Association. I've been a volunteer for over 25 years. We represent over 68,000 apartment homes, nearly 185,000 Connecticut residents. I'm a dedicated housing provider, and I'm passionate about providing quality and affordable housing at all income levels for Connecticut families. The CTA is in opposition to SB 6, an act concerning housing. Before I explain, I want to say that we are encouraged by several aspects of this very large bill, because we share the intent of many of you on the committee to increase access to affordable housing. And before I dive into our opposition, I want to say that we are in favor of SB 268. CTA wants to be a part of the solution to help resolve the lack of the 90,000 needed apartment homes here in Connecticut. We want to partner with you to share our expertise, and I ask that you allow us to have a seat at the table. Senator Moore, I heard you earlier saying obviously everybody can't be in there and weigh in, but I do ask that we take time to slow down, not to rush, and make sure that we've thought through all the angles, metrics, and questions being asked by the general public. However, as it relates to SB 6 and Section 6, it needs to be removed. It appears that without explanation, to add additional conveyance fees where the purchaser of a residential property is not an individual. CTA is unsure of what the intention of this are, but we recognize the consequences of this section. It will bring higher transaction costs and in turn increase rental rates. CTA does not see a positive impact from this legislation and further sees it deteriorating the multifamily investment market, having direct negative impacts on the rental market and affordability perspective and supply perspective. Additionally, CTA would like to see changes to Section 7 and to Section 8, eliminating the 50 affordable housing unit minimum to be eligible for tax breaks. With current density restrictions, limited land for development, and a shortage of 90,000 apartment homes in Connecticut, CTA would like to see initiatives that can work in as many scenarios as possible. We don't see a benefit in limiting a developer from getting 20 affordable apartments added to the supply chain. We're in opposition of SB 266 and asks increasing the conveyance tax as noted earlier in sections of SB 6. We're in opposition of SB 269 and act reducing the sales and use tax for certain goods in new housing construction. As earlier noted, we don't understand the need for a 50-unit dwelling minimum. We also are in opposition of HB 5337, an act concerning affordable housing development practices. We urge the committee to reject the bill as it will impact the ability and interest of developers to create more affordable housing. Section 2 requires developers to provide a surety bond of $100,000 for a year when submitting an affordable housing application. This is a financial burden that does not encourage developers to work with Connecticut municipalities to create the much needed affordable supply of apartment homes. We're trying to get our head around HB 336 with you and be in support of it. However, the Section 3 of the bill, which includes fair share, it is our understanding that the Office of Policy and Management is still studying the fair share and the study is not yet complete. Overall, the language and direction of this bill needs time to be worked through, and we ask you to take that time. At-its-best legislation process should be an evolution. Making policy together is much better than having to react to dozens of bills in the narrow public hearing cycle in this short session. So we were disappointed to see how much was on the table today to try to talk to you about. We all agree on the larger goal to grow rental housing for all ages, all incomes. Now we must find ways to incentivize developers to build in Connecticut, encourage housing providers to continue to rent, operate in the industry, and support municipalities to have the tools to both speed the approval of new
Your time has
housing.
expired. Can you please summarize?
Yes, yep. I just think we need to find ways to speed up the approval of new housing and enforce the regulations that are already in place in the municipalities. I thank you for your time and I'm open to any questions.
Well, Kelly, thank you. You gave us a lot, and you know what? It is a lot for a short session. But if you think it's a lot, you have no idea what it's like sitting on this side of this trying to get some of this work done and making sure it has that it's worthy and it's well thought out. I have some of the same concerns that you do, but we'll work it through.
I appreciate your sentiment with that because I actually been involved in the process for a while and have a lot of respect for the time that you put in.
Have you been on the round table, the majority leaders round table?
I have not, but would be honored to be there.
Well, it is on CTN and they do include many people. You may want to come and talk in the future because I think it will continue on. I think your voice is really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Moore.
All right. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you, dear. Have a good day.
You too.
Next is who's online? Lauren Tagliatella.
Almost there, yes. Hello, esteemed members of the Housing Committee. My name is Lauren Tagliatella, and I'm from North Haven, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Apartment Association, which includes 68,000 apartment units in our membership. Today, I would like to address several bills. There are many parts of SB 6 that I support, beginning with Section 2, which establishes a housing growth fund. This policy will spur new housing development across our state, a necessary strategy for addressing Connecticut's housing affordability crisis. Rather than requiring municipalities to create more housing supply, this policy adds incentives to municipalities that choose to develop housing. Growing Together Connecticut estimates that 45 towns and cities in the state would have received housing growth funding in the last 5 years based on current levels of production. I also support offering tax credit vouchers for owners who convert commercial spaces to residential. The Housing Growth Fund and vouchers are smart steps to help chip away at Connecticut's housing deficit of 90,000 apartment units. We need more focus on ideas like these that take advantage of unused developed properties with existing infrastructure and put them to use for new housing. I am, however, opposed to the section that adds increased conveyance taxes on non-individuals that purchase real estate. If we truly want more affordable housing, we can't have punitive taxes like this, as the costs will get passed down to the renters. This section of the bill would also discourage the purchase of residential property by investors. I urge the committee to amend Section 7, which limits sales tax to 3% for products used to build affordable housing, so long as the project has 50 affordable units. Only very large developers will be able to build that many affordable units. I urge the committee to remove the restrictive 50-unit requirement, as this will keep smaller developers from building affordable units. I'd like to add my support to SB 168, a study of advanced rental payments. Advanced rental payments are a way to help marginal applicants get housing. I do caution the committee on banning advanced rental payments like New York did a few years back. This ended up hurting marginal applicants and increasing their housing costs. Instead of paying more rent up front or a larger security deposit, the renters needed to pay a third party, a non-refundable fee to absorb the risk. For the reasons I cited on SB 6, I ask you to remove the 50-unit restriction in SB 269. Let's reduce tax on building supplies as much as we can without this hindrance. I also caution you on the requirement in HB 5337 that would require a $100,000 bond when submitting an affordable application. If the project isn't viable, the applicant will lose the $100,000. This hardly seems fair and will only drive up costs of housing. Furthermore, it will discourage people from submitting affordable applications. Members of the Housing Committee, you have much work to do in a very little time this session, and I thank you for the opportunity to offer my thoughts today on behalf of the Connecticut Apartment Association. Please know that we remain ready, willing, and energized to sit at the table to help create legislation that will increase the state's housing supply. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think I heard similar concerns regarding the conveyance tax from a few other people. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I see no other questions. Number 64, Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns. And COST truly appreciates the efforts of this committee and others to consider proposals designed to promote affordable housing to meet the needs of our residents. Certainly an issue that we're taking very seriously, and we've appreciated the opportunity to serve on the Majority Leaders Roundtable, which I understand has provided a great mechanism to have some interesting and thoughtful dialogue on these issues. I have submitted written testimony on several bills. I just want to comment very briefly on a couple of those. Senate Bill 6, an act concerning housing. Although we support the intent of this proposal, we do have some questions and concerns regarding the bill. We appreciate that it is trying to incentivize housing where municipalities are interested in supporting those efforts. However, it's unclear to us how this program will be aligned with other existing programs that have proven successful in assisting municipalities in moving forward with transit-oriented development projects, affordable housing projects, and others. And so we hope that that will be clarified. In addition, under the bill, the grants are awarded based on a housing growth score. And it appears that many smaller towns may be ineligible for grants based on this score, undermining efforts to move ahead with TOD and affordable housing projects in those communities. In addition, Section 4 of the bill imposes what we see as a duplicative reporting requirement. Last year, the legislature actually adopted Public Act 23-204, which requires municipalities to report very similar housing data to the Department of Economic and Community Development. So I would hate to see two reporting requirements added onto that. These reporting requirements do get burdensome when you see how many reports municipalities have to complete. In addition, we oppose the sections dealing with the Housing Authority jurisdiction in sections 13-15 of the bill. And then just quickly, I do want to say we support House Bill 5333, which calls for a study of the Affordable Housing Appeals Act. I think that it's time that we do look at this program to determine its effectiveness. Certainly, this can be something that the Majority Leaders Roundtable undertakes as well. But there have been issues in many communities that I think a study would benefit both the program itself, but also the municipalities that somehow are being impacted to a greater degree than other municipalities. And we also do want to point out that House Bill 5336 includes provisions moving ahead with a fair share housing allocation methodology. And as you know, last session, the state adopted legislation directing OPM to begin to develop such a
Time has expired.
methodology.
You mind summarizing, please?
Thank you. And that methodology would then be subject to review by the legislature. So we oppose the inclusion of that in that bill. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. On 5337, you oppose?
On House Bill 5336, I believe it is. I have a lot of House Bill 533 numbers in my head. So
Is it
it's
36?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative Ware.
Hi, Betsy. Thank you for your testimony. I just want to clue in on one thing that I heard from you earlier that I'd like a little more background on, which was the opposition to expanding the housing authority jurisdiction. And can you give briefly expound a little bit on why that is that you oppose that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. This is the bill, and it's similar to another bill before the committee that would allow the housing authority to expand its jurisdiction into another community without the input or acceptance of that community. And we're concerned that this gives that housing authority very expanded authority or powers to make decisions regarding the development of housing that may not be supported in the community.
Okay. Thank you very much for that answer.
So Betsy, that was going to be my question. It's okay. I'm going to let you have that one. But I had questions on that also because the thought was, and what I had heard from proponents of the bill, is that they would only go where they were welcomed or agreed to, that they wouldn't be forcing themselves on any community who did not want to partner with them. Was that not your understanding?
It's not my understanding as the way the bill is drafted. We had actually a couple of years ago, there had been a version of the proposal that would have ensured that the municipality in which the housing authority wanted to expand would have an opportunity to weigh in and support or oppose that expanded jurisdiction. So we're comfortable with that. We just want to make sure that municipalities have a voice in that process. And in addition, I did notice in Francis Pickering of Westcog's testimony that he likened the expansion of housing authorities to how we've expanded health districts, so the creation of regional health districts. And this may be a model that the state wants to consider in terms of expanding housing authority jurisdiction.
All right. So, as we move forward, I'm going to keep that in mind because that was my understanding. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is David Hall. Pamela Wilson. Lana Marsudio. Maria Livesey. Rafael Rosario. Hi, Rafael.
Hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Housing Committee. Being second to last on the list, I'll be brief. My name is Rafael Rosario, and I am the Senior Manager of Communications and Development for the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. And as a resident of Waterbury, I strongly support SB 6, an act concerning housing, and HB 5332, an act establishing the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Our endorsement of SB 6 comes with appreciation for its crucial funding provisions, including the $16.8 million for the Department of Housing and the 1.4 million for DEMIS. However, we urge that this $20 million allocation become an annual commitment, vital for the continuous support and stabilization of the homeless response system. Similarly, HB 5332, establishment of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, marks a significant step towards coordinated efforts and maximize efficiency in addressing homelessness, a cause close to my heart due to my personal experience. As a teenager, I faced homelessness firsthand, navigating a world of uncertainty and scarcity that no young person should ever experience. This period of my life was marked by consistent upheaval, moving from one temporary shelter to another, always searching for a stable environment to call home. This experience has shaped my commitment to this cause and given me a deep understanding of the critical need for a robust, well-funded, and coordinated response to the homelessness. The underfunding of homeless response system has dire consequences. Since 2021, we've seen a 14% increase in homelessness year over year. Over 1,000 individuals, many of whom are youth, like I once was, find themselves without shelter, facing the harsh realities of life outdoors. Without this proposed $20 million in annualized funding, our ability to offer protection and support to these individuals is severely compromised. HB 5332 focus on enhancing coordination among agencies is pivotal. With improved collaboration and the inclusion of voices from those who have experienced homelessness, alongside service providers and state leadership, we can craft policies and interventions that genuinely address the needs of our most vulnerable populations. I'm living proof of the resilience that can emerge from trials of homelessness. However, resilience should not be a requisite for survival. By ensuring that the annualized $20 million for housing and homelessness services and codifying the Interagency Council on Homelessness, we can provide a foundation for support that empowers rather than endures. Thank you for this opportunity to share my story and for considering these vital legislative measures. Together, we can create a Connecticut where every resident has access to safety, dignity, and stability of a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael. I see no questions. Brian O'Connor? Is there anyone else online? Hi, Brian.
How are you?
I'm
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the opportunity. I'm Brian O'Connor with the Director of Public Policy for CCM. And I just want to speak to a couple bills. The first one I'm going to bring up is House Bill 5336. We would suggest that you strike Section 3. I think it's very important right now that what this bill seeks to do is to codify municipal fair share into statute before OPM even completes the methodology by which they're going to determine municipal fair share within the state of Connecticut. And at that point in time, the legislature still has to adopt that methodology. So we think this is premature, to say the least. I think the other important aspect of this bill that you need to recognize is that it potentially strands some of the federal tax credits in high demand areas and potentially directs them toward low demand areas where they might not be readily used. So I think you should look at that a little bit closer. Also want to speak to Senate Bill 6. A lot of good comment or interesting concepts in here, but I do want to align my remarks with one of your previous speakers. We do have concern that the Housing Growth Fund is limited and some of the point scoring does not accommodate some of the smaller towns where you're trying to drive some of the development. So we think that you should, the legislature and this committee should look at opening that up to more municipalities. We do have concerns over the housing jurisdiction. We recommend that the committee look at having both municipalities approve it through their legislative bodies. I think that's probably the best approach as far as trying to expand jurisdiction to areas that maybe either don't have a housing authority or maybe are limited in resources. But at least if you have a municipality, signing off on it, it's much more productive. And I think the other part of it is too, how is that board going to be composed, to the town where it is moving into? And, as far as, on the board of directors, who's going to be seating there. Do want to offer support for House Bills 5333 as well as Senate Bill 267. We support these studies. We think it's very important as far as affordable housing development and also just trying to get a better understanding of what's occurring in the marketplace. And also want to lend our support to House Bill 5332, the Interagency Council on Homelessness. We believe this is very important because of the different touch points with the homeless community. And we believe that this will provide a more efficient way to provide state resources as well as, help the population move into and transition into either supportive housing or full-time housing. So at this point in time, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Brian. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm gonna go back up the list. I understand that Keith Pemberton, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Keith. You can go.
Thank you. So, hello, my name is Keith Pemberton, and I'm a first year at Yale University and a member of the Yale Democrats. Today, I'm testifying in support of House Bill 5336 concerning the recommendations of the Connecticut Housing and Segregation Study. This bill first aims to enhance the equalization of state housing assistance payments with federal housing house choice vouchers, rental assistance payments. This will ensure that enough funding is provided in comparison to housing unit size and the income level of an individual of family planning to reside in that unit so that Connecticut can provide more families and households with stable housing and reduce the risk of homelessness and housing insecurity. We are in a housing crisis in Connecticut. In 2023, over 3,000 people were experiencing homelessness, a 3% increase from the year before. In the year 2022, Connecticut saw a 13% increase in homelessness after a steady decline. We have to act now. According to the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, there were several thousand unaccompanied homeless youth and young adults in the state. Impact concerns due to lack of affordable housing also are relevant. We also need to increase affordability to housing. The equalizing of payments ensures that low-income households receive adequate assistance to afford decent, safe, and sanitary housing. Many Connecticut renters are experiencing housing instability even as the federal anti-eviction moratoriums have been extended. The bill then requires biannual inspections of any housing unit participating in rental assistance programs. This to ensure the quality of housing units given meet minimum health and safety standards and will protect tenants from living in substandard conditions such as inadequate heating, plumbing issues, structural deficiencies, and overall improve living conditions for low-income households. The bill also looks towards creating an opportunity for tenants to report and address maintenance issues or code violations without fear or retaliation from landlords. This biannual inspections also just help protect public investments in rental assistance programs so that we know proper accommodations are present for those renters that are assisting. An overarching statistic that I think is also relevant is in the United States overall, there's a shortage of more than 7 million affordable homes for our nation's 10.8 million plus extreme low income families. By implementing this bill, we can help Connecticut change this statistic. For all these reasons, I am in strong support of House Bill 5336 and urge you to pass the bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Appreciate it. And next, John Shaban.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Oh, a familiar face.
Yes. It's funny, I've been on the call most of the day, and it reminded me of a lot of things I miss about serving in the State House and some of the things I don't miss. So I thank you for all your long hours and hard work. So yeah, since I'm probably the last person to speak, I want to be obviously be quick, sort of the cherry on top of what you already heard. I'm here to support House Bill 5333. A bunch of friends and neighbors and former constituents of mine asked to kind of weigh in. And I think it's important that I do because as I think what most of you have heard is, when I was there 8, 10, 5, 6, 8, and 10 years ago, when we were talking about these issues, a lot of it got lost in a partisan / who's trying to be exclusionary in their land use and zoning. And I don't think you hear that as much anymore because I don't think that's the truth. I think the focus on fomenting proper and affordable housing has moved to being to recognizing that it's a need. And by conducting a study and then improving some of the calculus that goes into how we do it, we could create a cooperative process instead of what's been somewhat of a combative process. As many of you know, I'm an attorney as well as having served on the Environment Committee. So obviously a lot of the concerns you heard out of my former constituents in Reading, Easton, and Weston concern the environment because those 3 towns are dominated by a reservoir system, and then the rest of the housing stock and land is largely rural. So, as we put more work into 830G, I think a one-size-fits-all approach has not worked. It obviously hasn't. It's been 3 decades. We're not where we should be, and it shouldn't work. So giving a judge or a land use board and or developers some more tools and some more standards to apply about what fits where, I think is appropriate. I mean, before I was a state rep, I was head of our water pollution control commission and the vice chair of our zoning commission. We had made arrangements for good placement of affordable housing in spots where it worked really well. But unfortunately, a lot of that got lost in a litigation process in areas across town where it didn't work well. And I'm hoping that's going to start to wane. I submitted written testimony, I think last night or this morning. It's a short letter. But to the extent someone wants to ask any questions, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to respond. But again, in support of HB 5333, and I thank the committee for its hard work.
Thank you. I see no questions for you. We do have one more person. Ann Minuski. And you're
Sorry
muted.
about that.
That's okay.
Late day. I didn't realize how far you had got through today. Thank you for allowing me to testify. Good afternoon. My testimony is in opposition of 5333, 5335, 5334, and any and all other housing planning and committee bills in regard to the attempted usurpations by the Regional Plan Association and Desegregate Connecticut. Dear Chairman Moore, Lesser, Sampson, Felipe, Scott, and members of the Housing Committee, the Connecticut Republican Assembly is an organization which has members and friends totaling almost 600 Republicans and conservatives across the state of Connecticut. We stand firm in our principles and unalienable rights under the Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the U.S. the Connecticut Constitution. I'm Ann Minuski, a 25-year resident of Connecticut, former licensed professional counselor, and current president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. Preamble of the Connecticut Constitution states, the people of Connecticut, acknowledging with gratitude the good providence of God in having permitted them to enjoy a free government, do, in order more effectively to define, secure, and perpetuate the liberties, rights, and privileges which they have derived from their ancestors. Hereby, after careful consideration and revision, ordain and establish the following Constitution and form of civil government. Was the constitutionality of any of the aforementioned bill concepts ever checked? Are civil liberties considered? Did you take an oath of office to defend the Constitution? These bill concepts could be considered Groundhog Day concepts. It's 2023 again. Bills usurping the rights of the people in 169 towns, usurping rights and jurisdiction of the municipality. Local control, we, the people, free government in the preamble does not mean that the Regional Plan Association, a New York NGO, or its counterpart, Desegregate Connecticut, attempts to run and ruin our state. Salient pieces of these bills. 5333 is a study, another study, on the appeals process. One person studying this? Ridiculous. 5335, middle housing, which is defining accessory apartments, separate dwellings on property, affordable accessory apartments, and as of right. Very concerning points. Vote against this destructive action in our sovereign state. The people's jurisdiction is over our land, water, and cultural, morally, and legally. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. I think there is one more person, is there not? Is someone there?
Yeah, there's also a phone.
I prefer not if we don't have a name. Is David Parisner there? All right, then we'll conclude this public hearing. Is there anyone here in the room that would like to speak? There's not. Well, everyone have a good evening. Thank you.